beginning was the Big Bang. We are told that 13 to 20 billion years ago, everything that makes up the universe as we know it was spontaneously created out of nothing through an unimaginably violent explosion. But did it really happen as we are told? A growing number of astronomers doubt it and are showing why. This is their story, the story of the universe.
The observational aspects of trying to understand the universe, I think it's reasonable to start about 100 years ago. And about 100 years ago, almost everybody in astronomy, without question, assumed that the whole of the universe was what you could see in the Milky Way. Nobody felt that the universe was any bigger than the stars that you see in the sky, associated with our own local Milky Way. And that was the situation certainly around 1905, times like that. They're well-known people who propounded these ideas. 10 years later, Einstein first proposed his general theory of relativity. Now, when Einstein proposed this, it's a theory of gravity, which means that it's a theory which should represent the whole of the universe, because it's gravitational forces that are controlling the universe. Well, Einstein made this theory around 1915, and he immediately wanted to try and use this theory to explain the universe as it then was, the so-called Milky Way system. But of course, the idea of this was that it was a static system. That is, it wasn't contracting or expanding, it was a static system. And Einstein found that his equations did not allow for a static universe unless he inserted a certain constant in the mathematics, which became known as the cosmological constant. But what happened in the early 1920s was that a very clever Russian called Friedman in 1922 found solutions to Einstein's equations which allow the universe to either expand or contract. Now that was done in the Soviet Union soon after the revolution, and nobody in the West knew about this, I think. But in 1927, a Belgian priest, the Abbé Lemaitre, as he later became, also discovered these solutions. And he went to England, and his work was publicized in Cambridge and elsewhere, began to say, how can this apply to the current universe? Well, in the same period, in 1929, Hubble made what I still believe was the most important discovery in extragalactic astronomy in the last century, or the last century but one. He showed that if you look at the spiral nebulae, the faint spiral nebulae, the shifts in their spectra are proportional to their apparent brightnesses. And this led very soon to the idea that this fitted very well with the expanding universe, and that indeed this is the kind of universe we lived in, that what we were looking at are galaxies, Milky Ways, further and further away from us, and the further away from us, the larger the redshifts, and if that's interpreted in the way that most people would interpret it, this means that they are moving away faster and faster. So this was the original idea. By the 1930s, the front page of the New York Times said we live in an expanding universe.
His great discovery, it was for galaxies like our own Milky Way galaxy, and they all followed the same rule, that the fainter they are, the larger their redshift. In other words, the faster they are moving away from us. This is known as the Hubble law, and directly led to the expanding universe theories. But in the 1960s, there was a new discovery, the quasi-stellar objects, often referred to as quasars. They appear as star-like points on the sky, frequently blue in color, and they have very, very large redshifts, implying that they are at huge distances from the Earth, at the very boundaries of the observable universe. Some astronomers soon found that a vast number of these strange new objects populated the regions around spiral galaxies, and were not only observable with radio telescopes, but were optical and X-ray sources as well. There were two properties of the quasars that were difficult for astronomers to understand using the expanding universe theory. The first was that, if one plotted their apparent brightness against their redshifts, as one does for galaxies, one gets an unexpected scatter on the diagram, instead of the smooth curve made by the same plot done for galaxies. This seems to indicate that the quasars do not follow the Hubble law as do most other objects, and that there is no direct indication that they are actually at their proposed redshift distances. In fact, it is argued that if Hubble had first been given the plots for quasars, he and other astronomers would never have concluded that the universe was expanding. The second property was that quasars are very small, compact objects, sometimes only a light year across. So if quasars are really at their extreme redshift distances, they must then be the brightest and most energetic objects known to astronomers. So energetic, in fact, that untestable, almost metaphysical mechanisms must be applied to explain the phenomena. On the other hand, when placed at their observed distances, that is, in the neighborhood of nearby galaxies, their brightness and energies become normal, and no special mechanisms need to be evoked. This problem has led many astronomers to abandon the idea that all redshifts are due to their speed of recession away from the Earth. And if this is true, then there is no need for an expanding universe, and the Big Bang never happened. The questions arise. Is there a connection between certain types of galaxies and the quasar? Are quasars ejected from galaxies, and in fact proto-galaxies themselves? Is there some other astrophysical process which can explain the redshift discrepancies? One of the world's most controversial experts on the structure and morphology of quasars, Halton C. Arp, has for 35 years proposed just such an idea. For the heresy of opposing orthodox interpretations of the redshift problem, Arp has had to pay a heavy price, the same price paid by many a scientist with new and innovative ideas. Dr. Arp was forced to resign from his permanent position at the Carnegie Institute of Washington Observatories after the Caltech head of the Telescope Allocation Committee threatened him by saying, unless he changed his line of research, they would take away his telescope time. Due to this fact and his ongoing struggle against the established paradigms, Arp is often referred to as the modern Galileo.
I remember when I sent the paper into, the first paper into Astrophysical Journal on the nature of companion galaxies, and I had a lot of them on the ends of spiral arms, so I was sure that they were connected, and I showed that they were systematically redshifted. I sent that in with naive, great expectations that people would be terribly interested and impressed on this. And the editor of the Astrophysical Journal at that time was Subramanian Chandrasekhar, who had a fantastic reputation as a master theoretician and also quite an incomprehensible theoretician, and a tremendously powerful figure in the field, and editor of the Astrophysical Journal, which was probably the most powerful position in the field. And he chose not to, in his wisdom and judicial fairness, chose not to send it to a referee, but he just wrote across the paper, "This exceeds my imagination," and he sent it back to the director of my institute, Horace Babcock, with the obvious implication, you've got to do something about this staff member of yours who's doing these very bad things. And so Horace called me down in the office one day after this, and I walked in his office, into the director's office, and I saw this paper lying in front of him with Chandrasekhar's scroll across it. And Horace looked at me and said, "Well," he said, "this is just too much, and you're going to have to start looking for another job." And so all I could say to him was, "Well, if you send me that in writing, please send me in writing." And I was waiting in great trepidation for weeks and months to get something in writing, and I finally never did, so I realized that he decided to give me another chance, so to speak. So that was fairly early in the game, and then some years went by, and there was the competition for time, particularly on the 200-inch telescope, was getting more and more heated, and people were saying, well, we can't continue to give time to this obviously incorrect and embarrassing research that Arp does. So finally they sent a letter to me from the allocation committee, including a number of the younger members of my institute, saying that unless I changed my line of research, that they would have to take away my telescope time. At that point, I considered the situation very carefully, and I figured that the evidence, although a lot more evidence could be gathered and has since been gathered since then, the important thing was not the evidence, because if it was true, it would come out someday. The important thing was the principle of scientific investigation, whether scientists could follow new lines of investigation and follow up on evidence which apparently contradicted the current theorems and the current paradigms. And I also felt that regardless of what happened to me personally, that this was the important issue, and that I had no choice but to resign on the point of this issue, so that if it developed, which I thought it would, that my line of investigation was correct, that people then in the future would say, okay, this was the wrong thing to do, and in the future we're going to have to see that this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
Observers come in now with the belief that we live in a Big Bang universe, and therefore all of their ways of understanding things are tailored to that. And they don't come in with the possibility that our alternative, or any other for that matter, is right, and really do it in an open-minded way. And of course what goes along with that is that observers who would like to test this way find it very hard to get observing time and so on. I mean, this relates to the whole issue of the complete lack of balance in the way the observational programs and the funding are conducted. There's no question about that. I don't think that anybody would argue about it.
I've always said that the cause of the troubles is the American graduate school. You get one person who then lectures to his students in graduate class, and because you have a system, you see, when we had graduated first degree, we were independent. We could thumb our noses at the professor. And in fact, the best way to get ahead was to do something that the older people didn't agree with. Right. That was the way to do it. But in the graduate school, you all have to learn what you're taught, what the professors are teaching you, and then those people go out and get jobs, and they have another graduate, their own graduate school, and it just tier after tier. You get a few places like Caltech or like Harvard, and they set the fashion for every place.
I think there's a problem with graduate education. I think graduate education is not teaching students to think, to be independent researchers. I think it's teaching them to be part of a scientific society. And too much, especially students that are at the so-called elite institutions, I think they're taught too much the paradigm of their advisor.
All of us, whether or not we served in uniform, are veterans of a war in which freedom and free government are at stake. Such fullness of knowledge is the direct function of education. Most of us work hard to provide our homes with every possible comfort for our children. We safeguard their health. We strive to set before them good examples of moral living, of manners and deportment. Possibly, we even pamper them. Yet complacently, even carelessly, we commit our children to schools of which we know but little. We cannot meet the complexities of modern life with outmoded school systems. We must keep our educational standards abreast of the swift-moving times in which we live, if we hope to preserve our national heritage and our American way of life, the American way.
When I was director of the National Observatory 20 years ago, there was a very well-known astronomer now. In fact, she's just won the Cosmology Prize. That's Vera Rubin. She was carrying out a program at Kitt Peak at the National Observatory of observing faint spiral galaxies with a view to looking to their redshift distribution, their velocity distribution. And this was a program that everybody thought was a good program. And so she'd been given observing time, and at the end of about a year, she had completed about a third of her program. And so she actually wrote a little paper pointing out that she was getting results very different from the ones that were expected. And we had our usual meeting, and when we got to her program, which was an ongoing program, so people just looked it over, the leading extragalactic astronomer on my committee that day immediately said, well, look, she's getting this result. It doesn't fit. It has to be wrong. I recommend that we stop the program. That was his position. And what was interesting to me was I sat there and listened to this discussion. And the majority of the people, because of his level of knowledge and authority, went along with him. So the recommendation of the committee was that we stop the program. Well, I had the last word, so I ignored it. But most people don't. And the peer review system and NASA itself, which is very conformist, will always do just that. That's one of the reasons why the road ahead is hammered out. As Hoyle said, anytime you point a new telescope at the sky now, you're only going to find what you already know is up there.
I have a lot of trouble with the academic world, the same as I do with the Bible Belt. That's the same kind of trouble. It's the same kind of trouble. It's because they get a picture of this world which they are sure is right.
Yes, yes.
And they hang on to it for all they're worth. But you know, I often point out that I am probably more unorthodox than anyone who has ever burned at the stake. It's illegal now.
Illegal burning.
It's illegal now to burn somebody to the stake in your backyard.
Peculiar galaxy NGC 7603, discovered 30 years ago by Halton Arp, is one of the more striking examples of galaxy-quasar connections. It has recently been re-examined after the discovery of two new quasar-type objects embedded in the connecting filament. The The renowned optical astronomer Margaret Burbidge has for decades been a central figure in the struggle to bring controversial observations such as NGC 7603 to the attention of conventional astronomers. And for her fairness and untiring efforts in the field, she has become one of the most widely respected women in astronomy.
There's a very interesting galaxy known as NGC 7603. It's a Seyfert galaxy. That means it has one of these active nuclei with strong emission lines and a lot of activity, obviously, going on in its center. And it was studied years ago by Chip Arp in his Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies. It has a spiral arm that seems to come right outside of the galaxy, trailing right out, and it ends up on a fainter galaxy, but it ends right up as though it's connected the nuclei of the two galaxies.
In the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, which was published in 1966, that was the point of the atlas, and one of the objects, just to illustrate what a peculiar galaxy is this what is now famous NGC 7603, and this is the central Seyfert, which means just a very, very active galaxy with a lot of energy in the nucleus and a lot of explosive energy and so forth. And here's the high redshift companion here, and you see it's joined by a filament, a material. It turns out from the observations that this filament of material is material of the galaxy, gas and dust and stars and so forth, that's been drawn out in the ejection. But the astonishing thing, the controversial matter, is that this galaxy is a much higher redshift than this.
Now, NGC 7603 has one redshift of about 8,000 kilometers a second, and the other galaxy has a much larger redshift. So how can they be connected? Well, these data were published years ago, and everybody said, well, this is just a chance location of a background galaxy near an interesting foreground galaxy. And that spiral arm has nothing to do with it. It's just the whole thing is just a chance.
If you see two objects close together with very different redshifts, you only have one of two explanations. One is, as I say, that a large part of the redshift has nothing to do with distance, and the other is that it's an accident. So the real issue that you come down to is how frequently do you expect to see accidents?
If you look carefully at the pictures that were taken of this field, you will notice two faint stellar objects that are in that spiral arm. One is close to NGC 7603, and the other one is close to the faint companion galaxy.
In the year 2001, when the two young Spanish astronomers worked on this with the Las Palmas Telescope, they saw that there were these two condensations, stellar condensations. They looked like quasars, but everybody would have said that they had to have the same redshift as the central galaxy because they were obviously in this filament that had been ejected. What they found was that each of these objects had a much higher redshift, and that the filament itself had the same redshift and spectral composition as the galaxy from which it was ejected.
And they got some spectra using what's called the Nordic Optical Telescope in the Canary Islands on La Palma. It's not a very large telescope, but they got some excellent data. And they got spectra of these two faint objects, one by 7603 and one by the companion galaxy. And believe it or not, they showed that both of them were quasars. Not very high redshift quasars, but definite quasars.
Two of these quasars. Now this one turned out quite good. But it's very
It's a fairly big blow up. It's a couple of 1 second across. And it looks looks like it's extended.
Anyway, it looks great.
So we'll go ahead and move it and narrow it up.
Chance to have many quasars around a galaxy as a background objects. Of course, you have some chance, but these are very, very low, and this is what should be answered. This is what should be answered. NGC 7603 is a very special case of this correlation. You find not only three objects with different redshifts in the neighborhood of a major safer galaxy. You also find the filament connecting all of them. So this is more important because the probability to have all these objects, not only in the neighborhood but exactly in the filament, is extremely low.
The galaxy, which is an active galaxy, two low redshift quasars, and another galaxy with twice the redshifts. In other words, you had four objects all connected together, apparently by a luminosity, by a luminous bridge, each with a different redshift. Now that, I would say, is pretty conclusive evidence for the existence of non-cosmological redshifts.
We were lucky because we have found that the object has more controversy than expected. If in the past Chip Arp thought, Burbidge and other people that have dedicated some effort to research this object, if they thought that there were two objects connected by a filament with different redshift, now we have discovered that there are four objects all connected by the same filament and all of them with very different redshifts. So the Doppler redshift area is discovered.
I think they have to look at it, and I think it's one of the most striking results that we have available. How they can make sense of it other than saying that these objects, that these redshifts of connected objects that are the same, more or less the same distance from us, that these redshifts have non-cosmological components to them.
The topic of the anomalous redshift is very important for most of the areas related with cosmology and extragalactic astronomy nowadays. If we assume, as it is done nowadays, that all the redshift are pointing the distance of the galaxy or the quasar or whatever, of course the results will be very different than assuming the other thing, that the redshift are due to other reasons. The distance of the quasars and the galaxies will be different, the energies involved in the process will be very different, so a lot of astrophysical processes will have to change.
Conclusive evidence that the expanding universe was not correct, and that the redshift distance law was not correct, and that we had to have some way of creating new galaxies with high redshifts.
It is normally argued that the Big Bang, for instance, the Big Bang cosmology is against the anomalous redshift question. And of course, the Big Bang theory is the most important theory that we have nowadays to explain all that we know about cosmology, which is not too much, in my opinion.
There's a large body of work going on, observational work, theoretical work, which is based on the assumption that quasars are at their cosmological distances. If it turns out seriously that we're right, then all that work is in vain. We don't know anything like as much as we think we do by saying that the quasars are far away. And that's another huge problem for people to face up to.
One of the frightening things, I think, for conventional astronomers is to accept the fact, or to realize that these intrinsic redshifts for the quasars and peculiar galaxies and so on, active galaxies, means that a lot of the things which we thought were out of great distance in the universe are very much closer in. And in fact, you would have to say that what we call the local supercluster is much more crowded and contains many more objects than we previously thought. And then the question comes up, well, what is out beyond the local supercluster, and can we with any certainty identify any objects that are out there?
Aware of what of our interpretations, because we cannot distinguish which objects have cosmological redshift and which objects have non-cosmological redshift. Then we cannot trust the redshift indicator as a distance indicator.
People who work on the origin of the universe, they ought to look at data of this sort, because they've got to understand this. And I've heard good friend astronomers say, well, there's more out there in the universe than we understand.
What's really happening in these systems is that the centers of the galaxies are the places where creation is taking place rather than just in a big bang. And so we were looking at all these mini bangs where matter and energy are actually literally being created. And this is an old idea which is not ours. Originally it was due to the very famous Armenian astronomer Victor Ambatsumian, who only died a few years ago, who also argued that galaxies which appear to be coming apart and objects that are coming out of them are coming out of them. Very simple idea. But Ambatsumian, who was a very well-known theorist, always said you must look at the observations, and maybe if things are coming apart, appear to be coming apart, maybe they are coming apart. Conventional astronomers don't allow things to come apart. They always say there's enough dark matter in the system to hold it together.
I've come to the conclusion that what it is that will unseat an established prejudice, a strongly established prejudice, is one observation. One single observation, usually a very simple one.
The conclusion was very, very strong just from looking at this picture, that these objects had been ejected from the central galaxy and that they were initially at high redshift, and the redshift decayed as time went on. And therefore we were looking at a physics that was operating in the universe in which matter was born with low mass and with very high redshift, and as it matured and evolved into our present form, that we were seeing the birth and evolution of galaxies in the universe.
If proto-quasars ejected from the nucleus of active galaxies themselves evolve into new, younger galaxies, astrophysicists must find experimentally and observationally the mechanisms which describe this phenomena. One model explains that the proto-quasars are ejected, trapped in the galaxy's extreme magnetic field, aligned along the spiral arms, thus explaining the torn, disturbed features often observed in the galactic medium, and the frequent appearance of high redshift companion galaxies attached by filaments to a lower redshift parent galaxy. The other and most frequently observed alignment is when quasars appear to have been directly ejected out of the galaxy's active nucleus along its line of least resistance, creating a field of systematically high to low redshift quasars, or younger to older evolved protogalaxies. This is exemplified in innumerable systems like the one around the galaxy quasar field of NGC 3516. If one disregards the proposed redshift distance to these objects, observation clearly points to ejection as a likely explanation for their close vicinity to the central galaxies around which they are found. These results, though preliminary, are promising developments which may lead the way to new and exciting insights in cosmology.
One of the best and earliest of the really controversial things was a Seafoot galaxy known as NGC 4319, which Chip Arp discovered that it has a protrusion coming out in the south direction from it, one of its spiral arms, and ending up on another galaxy known as Markarian, and people have tried to explain it away in all kinds of ways and tried to take false pictures to show that it's not there. But I've seen the good pictures, which were the first really good pictures were taken by Jack Sulentic.
NGC 4319 was part of some work that I did in the early 80s when I was a young astronomer, a young faculty member, and people were coming up to me and saying, oh, I've written a paper to show that what Chip Arp has done is wrong. There were at least 3 famous papers right around 79, 80, 81, and it took about 5 minutes to look at these papers to see that they were flawed. And one of them was a paper that claimed to show no connection between NGC 4319 and the quasar Markarian 205. So at that time I had the opportunity to work at JPL using the new image processing facilities that had been developed for the Voyager program, in fact. And it took 1 hour's effort to show that there was some kind of a luminous feature between those 2 objects. I don't know what it is, but there's no question that there is a luminous feature, and it cannot be dismissed in the ways that it was dismissed in the early 80s.
Suddenly there appeared press releases from Space Telescope Science Institute, which was the research arm of NASA's Hubble Space Telescope, and this press release said that they were not connected, and it gave a Hubble Space Telescope picture. It was not very deep, and you could just see 2 objects and no connection between them. And in this press release, then they said that this proved that there was no contradiction with the current expanding universe paradigm.
No connection between the 2 objects. So I looked at their picture, then I downloaded it, and it took me 5 minutes to show that it's still there. Now, I don't know what it is, but I think you face up to the existence of the feature, and then you consider conventional and unconventional explanations. But I was really surprised that they felt it necessary to issue a press release saying, it's not there, it's not real. It's the same thing we saw 20 years ago.
But it's hard to get people to look at this because they don't understand it. You see, it's again the non-cosmological redshifts.
That the people who had been processing the pictures and released it must have known that the bridge was there, and yet they chose to try to convince the public that in fact it wasn't there and that everything was right with the current expanding universe paradigm.
It's a strange attitude. I don't understand it as a scientist, really. I think that news release could have generated much more interest in astronomy than many of the more conventional news releases, because people would be talking amongst themselves, gee, what could that be? And then various people could offer scientific explanations. But to just sort of close the door, in a way, you could argue that Chip, or someone like Chip, who believes in an alternate interpretation, I'm sitting in the middle of the bridge, so it could be either way. He should feel strong, because I interpret that as a manifestation of fear and uncertainty. Because if I really had confidence in my paradigm, I'd put it right out there and say, well, yes, there is a bridge there, but it's either this explanation or it's that explanation, but certainly it's not what your Arp says. But instead to just say it isn't there, that's a manifestation of fear, I think.
This misrepresentation of the results on a public level, published through a press release from a government-supported institution, which was not refereed and which gave the wrong information, seemed to escalate, in my opinion and my colleagues' opinion, escalate the controversy into a publicity campaign, which was sort of like doing scientific research by press releases in an attempt to defend, as a sort of a last resort, a dying paradigm in physics.
I don't know what more one can do than the data are there, they've been got, we have to make sense of it.
I think in one sense they think it's bad to, quote, confuse, unquote, the public. Because if you believe in the standard paradigm with all your heart, you know it can't be real. I know it can't be real. You know, if I try to be at all rational within the context of the current Big Bang ideology.
So if you have a cosmological theory that actually starts somewhere. I mean, I knew this when I was 10 years old, I think, sitting out in the backyard swinging with my brother, thinking about what would the edge of the universe look like if we got to the edge of the universe. And we both of us realized, even at that age, that the notion was somehow did not make sense. The universe can't have an edge, and it can't have a beginning, because if it had an edge, there has to be something on the other side, right? And if there had a beginning, there had to be something on the other side of that. And somehow, cosmology, a satisfying philosophical cosmology to me, would have to start with that notion that it was always this way, and it always will be this way. There's all kinds of things happening in there, but somehow the basic laws of nature are such that this exists.
Of course, this is astrophysics, this is science, and everything can be refuted. You have an explanation, you can produce an opposite explanation, so not everything is not so simple.
Well, the theoreticians ought to be really looking at this theoretical problem, and the observers ought to be gathering much more data of the sort that we get. But I think they're all a little scared because it's an unpopular subject. They're worried about their jobs, and they're worried about moving on up the ladder. You know, if they're postdocs.
A young person in academia cannot afford to go against the Big Bang. He'd immediately lose his position, tenure. Tenure now. He said last night. And so there is this difficulty. You can't expect him to do that.
Don't collaborate with Chip Arp, or don't collaborate with Geoffrey, because if you do that, you will have problems to get a position in such a place. I received such blackmails.
When I was a student, I was naive, and when I saw the chance to work with Chip Arp, he sent me a letter. This is 30 years ago, in fact. Good heavens, I hate to even think that it was 30 years ago. And warning me now that you may find some people put off by an association with me. And I didn't even understand what he was talking about. I thought, I'm just trying, we're just looking for the truth, aren't we? We're just investigating other areas, alternatives. But I found, indeed, that it was not this way, and that there was a great deal of hostility.
In my opinion, even if we are wrong, I'm not saying that we are right or anybody is right. From an observational point of view, we have a very peculiar object. So, and this peculiar object deserves some further research. This is what we need, and the interpretations are free and are to be discussed.
Now we're entering the realm of cosmology, and it is here that religion, philosophy, metaphysics, and science all meet. And make no mistake about it, they all play a role in our beliefs. The amount of data that we actually have to support any particular model is small. It's mostly consistency arguments. We can argue that the 3-degree microwave background radiation, yes, it can be explained within a Big Bang context, but I believe Fred Hoyle and Jayant Narlikar and Burbidge have suggested an alternate explanation. And I'm sure we could find 10 more if the need were felt. But strangely enough, it's not. You don't get tenure in a university, you don't get promoted, you don't get recognition by looking too much into unpopular areas.
Cosmology is not a science. It has a lot of scientific aspects. We can know many things with the science. We can know how the galaxies are distributed, and this is our measured with the observations. We can know how rich are how many metals are in the intergalactic medium or in some galaxy, and all these aspects are scientific. But with regard to some considerations about the beginning of the universe, this is in some way crossing the barrier of the science and going to something in between the science and metaphysical speculation, in my opinion.
Sociology is very important in science. People are in groups and gangs and cliques and clusters, and of course that enforces conformity. You want to be one of the boys, one of the dare I say, one of the girls. It's the same after all. And so you tend to think alike. The longer you're together, the more you will think alike. I remember one famous group once, I asked them, how do you resolve disagreements amongst yourselves? And the reply was, we vote. And I thought, what a strange thing to do in science. Vote? I would think the best thing is that all 7 of you disagree. But there's a feeling that creates chaos. And the argument that we need some common thread or road to follow, for the majority to follow, in order to have some kind of organization to the whole scientific enterprise, there is an argument for that. But when it becomes all-encompassing, so that no other possibilities can even be explored, that is not good. And we're there.
Scientific notions take on, they have a lifetime that really is involved in it gets involved with like somebody's job. It gets involved with, my theories are all in this particular, support this area. And so I don't know anybody in my department actually who doesn't work in that. I wouldn't want somebody in my department who is working in a very different side of things, like the steady state big banger kind of thing. If you are a steady state person, you're at this point you're feeling a little bit paranoid anyhow, because most people said, hey, they found Penzias and whoever he was, Arno Penzias, and the guy found there was the sky wasn't dark. There was a tiny little bit of light.
The cosmology as a science has begun 1 century ago with Einstein's theory. So in 100 years you cannot produce a theory of everything. This is crazy. Even from a philosophical point of view, historical point of view, we have begun 100 years ago. In 1920 we thought that the Milky Way was all the universe. And now you want to produce the belief that in 80 years or something you have produced the theory of all the universe from the beginning to now. This is somewhat incredible and not very objective.
The Big Bang is predicated on the assumption that from a point of view of physics there are no surprises in store for us, which is very unlikely.
When you start using words like infinity and perpetual and steady state and all those kind of things, you're really using a vocabulary that was formed here in a quite limited sort of part of the vastness of everything, right? I mean, we developed that vocabulary as a way of finding food, mates, building shelters, that sort of stuff. We didn't develop that vocabulary from vast knowledge or need to know about how the universe works.
We're at the level of where the observations are clear, in my view, but the theory is not. And one of the things that you find in science, and particularly in astronomy, is that people find it very hard to believe in observations if they don't got a theory, if they don't have a theory ready to explain it.
We also need theoreticians. Observations without any theory don't work. And theory without any observations certainly don't work. And the problem is to get them together. The problem is to get them together. We need some glue.
To anybody with an open mind, that should really prove the case that that quasars are associated with galaxies at much ordinary kind of redshifts, while the quasars have higher redshifts. Therefore, they must part of the redshift must be non-cosmological, not to do with the expansion of the universe.
Because I'm always thinking, if we can only be more rigorous, they will believe us. But I was wrong. I was very naive. It's got nothing to do with that.
The rolling of the Big Bang, it's largely been determined by the way people seized upon these ideas, and there's been tremendous amount of propaganda making claims that here we see everything happening and this has to be right.
The people that are in that field treat it like a religion.
And not very objective.
The reaction of the Orthodox astronomers to this idea is that it violates the Big Bang assumption, the Big Bang hypothesis, and therefore it cannot be true.
The amateurs tend to be more broad-minded than the people who have to earn their keep by being narrow-minded. I got it.
Was this worked out by somebody, or was it, did it just happen by chance? Which is really the same thing as saying, did the universe happen by chance? And I have to say, when I look at it, it doesn't look to me at all like chance.
Imagine if every puzzle on Earth was solved, every why that we have pondered but could not answer for all our trying be mastered. Imagine if we all, God's ways, could clearly understand. Will this be reality, or is it just myth? Our thinking is like the streaming colored lights, flames flickering across the dark northern night. It was dark before we started thinking, and it will be dark again if we stop. Some claim that most questions in nature have been answered. Others think that we have only just begun asking. This is their story, the story of the universe.
Plasmas are found virtually everywhere. They're found in solid state matters at very low temperatures. A flame of a match, a fluorescent light is a plasma. Fire in your fireplace is a plasma. The aurora obviously is a plasma. The sun and all of the stars are a plasma. Lightning is a plasma. In fact, 99.999%, as Alfvén used to say, of all observable matter in the universe is matter in the plasma state.
A plasma is an ionized gas. It means a gas consisting of charged particles rather than neutral particles, which is the constituents of a normal gas. The charged particles are electrons and atoms that lack electrons. So it consists of negative and positive particles that interact with each other by means of electric and magnetic fields.
The term plasma, as applied to electromagnetics, was first coined in 1923 by the Nobel laureate Irving Langmuir to describe the experiments that he was doing at the time. Basically, plasma consists of charged particles, the electrons and the ions or protons that we know in nature. It can also include charged dust. And in Irving Langmuir's experiments with the charged particles, he noted that they acted almost in a lifelike manner. They tended to develop cells. They acted very much in a way that indicated that they might somehow be related to life. And for that reason, he borrowed the term plasma from the blood plasma.
A plasma is like a society of individuals where all the individuals are interacting with each other through complex interactions like media, newspapers, television, and so on. And the normal gas is like a society where the individuals simply basically don't interact or interact at very short distances, very local communities.
The first effort to understand how plasma functions in the universe, to understand the plasma universe, was Christian Birkeland, who at the end of the 19th century wanted to understand what is the nature of the aurora.
Birkeland ble interessert I nordlyset I begynnelsen av 1890-årene, og grunnen til det var utvilsomt at han arbeidet med katodestrålerør. Et katodestrålerør, det et vakuumkammer hvor man har satt på en spenning. Når lufttrykket blir lavt nok, så går det en strøm gjennom. På Birkelands tid visste man ikke at det gikk en strøm, for man kjente ikke elektronene. Men allikevel så trakk han en analogi mellom disse katodestrålerørene og det som foregikk på sola.
At this time, people were studying, for the first time, the nature of electrons. And you had, for example, the development of the cathode ray tube. The cathode ray tube we're familiar with. This is what powers our computers and our television screens. You have electrons accelerated, smashing into phosphorescent atoms in the screen and producing light.
Allerede før den tid så mente Birkeland at dette måtte være noe som var analogt med det som skjedde mellom sol og jord. At det gikk katodestråler ut fra solflekkene og traff da jorda og skapte nordlyset. Denne sammenhengen mellom sol og jord, den hadde ligget der en stund. Fordi man visste at når det skjedde store eksplosjoner på sola, for eksempel den i 1859, som var aldeles voldsom, så fikk man en stor magnetisk storm etterpå. Og ut ifra det så trådte Birkeland den slutning at sol og jord på denne måten hang sammen, og at det var katodestrålene som laget dette. At det også da måtte være en elektrisk spenning mellom sol og jord som sendte disse strålene.
Birkeland reasoned that this might be exactly what's happening with the aurora. He basically felt that electrons coming from the sun would be channeled by the Earth's magnetic field into the atmosphere, where they would hit the atoms in the atmosphere, creating the fluorescent glow of the aurora.
Og der kommer det som den store idé han får, at strømmene kommer utenfra, fra sola, går ned langs magnetfeltet, kortsluttes i den øvre del av atmosfæren og går ut igjen langs magnetfeltet. Dette var en helt ny måte å tenke på, og det forbandt jorda med universet.
He wasn't content with just looking at this theoretically. He wanted to look at it experimentally as well. So he built a scale model of the Earth as a magnet, which he called a terrella, which was a metal sphere with a magnet inside. And he put it in a vacuum chamber, and he basically modeled the system of the aurora in the Earth's magnetic field.
Var hans metodiske framgangsmåte i vitenskapen. Han angrep problemet med sol-jord-forholdene av mange forskjellige metoder. Han angrep den teoretisk. Han var en god matematiker selv, men han fikk inspirert Carl Sturmer, en av hans yngre kollegaer, til å begynne å beregne hvordan disse partiklene beveget seg fra sol til jord. Han gjorde eksperimenter i laboratoriet for å se disse strålene, bygget disse terrella-kammerne med en magnetisk jord inne i vakuumkammeret, og hvor han da kunne se hvordan partiklene beveget seg fra sola gjennom jordens magnetfelt og landet på jordoverflata, da helst i polområdene. Han gjorde statistikk på dette, forholdet mellom sol og jord, og ikke minst han gikk ut i felten for å observere tingene.
Birkeland's way of thinking was in direct opposition to what I would call over-specialization in science. He was doing a lot of different things, taking patents. He was thinking about cosmology and about small practical things. He was creating industries and so on. And I think the main power in his ideas when it comes to inspiration is in particular this aspect.
Han utvilsomt en av pionerene når det gjelder å bringe elektromagnetiske krefter og plasma inn i kosmologien. Og mange i dag har anerkjent ham som den pioner han var på det feltet. Og hans ideer om hvordan strømsystemene i jordas magnetfelt, i jordas magnetosfære det tilhører de klassiske ting i den moderne magnetosfærefysikk.
after his death, this whole approach of seeing the universe, as Berkeley put it, as filled with all sorts of charged electrical particles, basically fell away. He didn't have descendants, intellectual descendants, who would pursue this avenue of approach.
Etter Birkelands tid så oppstod det en annen idé om at disse strømmene var skapt var rent horisontale, gikk rundt i horisontale baner i atmosfæren. Og det var først og fremst Sidney Chapman fra England som var talsmann for dette. Han tilhørte de som var rene teoretikere, hadde ikke gjort noen observasjoner selv.
Chapman's approach, which is similar to that of many of the Big Bang theorists today, was to take a purely mathematical approach and say, what is the simplest way to express phenomena mathematically? And basically, let's try and fit the phenomena into that simplest mathematical expression. Well, he found that it was very difficult to precisely define the sort of mathematical three-dimensional currents that Berkeley had hypothesized. Remember, this is long before the development of computers. So he found that the easiest mathematical representation was if the currents were all confined to a sphere that extended little beyond the Earth's atmosphere. And therefore he started to model things on this model, which completely contradicted the idea that these currents flowed from the sun and were trapped in the three-dimensional structure of the Earth's magnetic field.
Etter sin død i Tokyo i 1917 ble Birkeland stort sett glemt, også i den vitenskapelige verden. Men han må utvilsomt ha inspirert noen. Han var en inspirerende person. Han skapte aktivitet omkring seg, han sprudlet av nye ideer, og han inspirerte sine medarbeidere. Han inspirerte utvilsomt også noen i sin ettertid, og en av dem var Hannes Alfvén i Sverige, som grep fatt i Birkelands ideer om vekselvirkning mellom jordas magnetfelt og universet, og utviklet sin magnet-og-hydrodynamikk, og kom i sterk opposisjon til Chapman på grunn av det.
Hannes Alfvén simply felt very much in spirit with Birkeland in this respect. Hannes Alfvén was an engineer from the start, and he liked to think about everything as an engineer and not in very abstract terms.
And he realized that it would be impossible for electrons alone to flow from the sun to the Earth. It had to be plasma flowing. Because if the sun gave out a flow of electrons, eventually it would become positively charged, and that would prevent the flow from continuing. So his theory was that there were ejections of plasma from the sun. When these blobs of plasma hit the Earth's magnetic field, they would distort it. And if the distortion was enough, you would have things called magnetic storms.
It took many years before Alfvén's work in this area was recognized. And the main reason is that his work was so simple and so obvious that even the brightest people did not really realize the impact what he was doing.
He also developed at this time a more elaborated theory of how the electric currents concentrate themselves. Because of course when you look at the aurora, it isn't just a continuous glow. It's this fine sheet of filaments. And these filaments, Alfvén knew, occurred because of what's called the pinch effect, which is if you have currents flowing through a plasma, any plasma, the currents produce magnetic fields. The magnetic fields interact with the currents in such a way that currents are attracted to each other. So if you start out with an even distribution of current, the current will filament. It will become tiny concentrated filaments of current pulled together by their own magnetic field.
the essence of magnetohydrodynamics is to boil down the very complicated motions of plasma particles in magnetic fields into a simple model that visualizes the plasma as a fluid that is electrically conducting. So it simply is a fluid where currents are allowed to flow, and the currents are interacting with the electric and magnetic fields and dragging the fluid with it. Another way to see it is that the fluid is dragging the magnetic fields with it. And this simple picture to visualize things had an enormous impact on how we could understand phenomena in space.
So he developed this pretty elaborated theory, which was compared with both laboratory experiments and observations of how the aurora works. But Chapman was still the dominant theorist, and Chapman completely rejected his theories, and in fact wouldn't even discuss it with him.
Det viser seg at det ikke er mulig å skjelne mellom de to ideene på rent observasjonsmessig grunnlag på jorda. Vi måtte ut i verdensrommet for å avgjøre hva som var riktig. Og det var det som skjedde utover på 1960-tallet, hvor man oppdaget at det faktisk gikk elektriske strømmer langs magnetfeltet, og man kalte dem Birkelandstrømmer.
Hannes Alfvén is generally credited as being the father of modern plasma physics. And he was, of course, awarded the Nobel Prize in 1970 for his extremely varied work in plasma physics. That satellites and space probes had begun to demonstrate that Alfvén and Falthammer's and his colleagues' ideas about currents flowing through the solar system were correct, that such currents really did exist. And people began to accept that these currents, much stronger currents during the early days of the solar system, actually had a role in the formation of the solar system, in compressing gas and dust down to form both the sun and the planets. By that time, Alfvén had started to move on to larger scales.
Alfvén was very eager on formulating very bold theories for cosmology, and basically rejected the Big Bang model, and in this way came very much in opposition to the mainstream of cosmology.
Because he reasoned that if these currents flowing through the solar system could have formed the stars and the planets, then could not have much larger scale currents also be the way that galaxies themselves form. Some people have said that science is a method for asking questions of nature. And if that's true, then we can say the Big Bang supporters are people who won't take no for an answer.
Over the last 2 or 3 decades, the Big Bang theory has become increasingly more and more speculative. One expects from a scientific theory definite predictions which can be tested by observations. If the observations disprove the predictions, the theory is supposed to be disproved, and it should be modified or abandoned.
In science, we work from observation, from empirical observation that starts in the here and now and works outwards and backwards. The Big Bang starts from mathematical formulas, deductions, that start from the beginning of the universe and to try and predict it forward. This is the same mathematical approach, mathematical deductive approach, that led 2,000 years ago to the development of the Ptolemaic universe. The universe, of course, which was Earth-centered, with the planets going around the Earth, with the stars in a crystalline sphere. What these theories have in common is that they try and derive what should be the universe based on what perfect principles we can develop, what God should have made the universe to look like. And then they try to fit the universe into that perfect framework.
However, what has happened over the years is that whenever observations have come up which don't agree with the predictions of the Big Bang theory, the theory adds an extra assumption which is not at all tested, which is not at all resting on conventional physics, and simply assumes that that must be true.
The problem with that is that develops myth, not science. It develops a religious faith in which nothing in the real world, in the observable world, can contradict the faith in this structure, in the Big Bang. This undermines the entire scientific enterprise. The reason science has been valuable to human beings is because it allows us to predict nature in such a way as we can use nature in a predictable fashion in technology. To abandon this approach, which has served us so well, and to go to the idea that we can deduce, we can read the mind of God, as Stephen Hawking says, and deduce from perfect mathematical principles what the universe must be, is to abandon the scientific method.
There are those who would say that the story which follows could happen only in a dream. Regardless of where it could happen, this is the way it did happen in this rather strange and out-of-this-world office. Whitey is entrusted with the records of good salesmen. Red, the other kind. Now it seems that Red and Whitey never see eye to eye on matters. Naturally, this leads to many arguments.
I am the door. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved. There is only one door to heaven. People would have us believe there are many doors to heaven. No one can enter with a heart of unbelief. Only a heart that believes will have entrance there. I'm going to keep a pretty close watch on these guys.
And so will I.
This idea of the Big Bang, which did originate at the beginning of the 20th century, the reason why it is so widespread nowadays is that it has a deep connection with the biblical creation. Instead of saying that the universe was created by God like 4,000 or 6,000 years ago, they now say it was created 10 billion years or 20 billion years. So for most people, and also for many scientists, they see a connection between these creations from the Bible and this scientific point of view.
In 1952, in August 1952, we had a meeting of the International Astronomical Union in Rome. And we were received by the Pope. The Pope was then Pius XII. And Pius XII made an address to the astronomers. And this address was very clear. He said, oh, the Big Bang is the fiat lux, and how beautiful is the astronomy, how it proves that the greatness of etc., etc., etc. And I've been always sort of an heretic in all that sort of things. I don't believe in any God. And having the Fiat Lux and the Big Bang associated each with the other made me suspicious from the very beginning.
Nowadays, the majority of the physicists and astronomers, they believe and they work with the point of view of the Big Bang, according to which the whole universe did originate out of nothing, like 10 or 20 billion years ago, in a Fiat Lux, in a moment of creation. There was nothing before, and then the whole universe did appear and then begin to expand and to grow, and our galaxy, our life came out of this great explosion in the past. But I myself I had always problems with this point of view, because they are somewhat against the principles of physics, the most basic principles of physics, which are related with the conservation of matter and conservation of energy.
I forgot completely about the Big Bang because it just didn't interest me to look in those distant things of which the physics was rather vague and difficult to observe. But let's face it, in all the story of astronomy, for years and years and centuries, the progress came from new observations and from confrontation of those new observations with past theories, contradictions, sometimes no contradictions, sometimes just a confirmation, but most often the contradictions led to new progress, to changes in the theories.
In standard Big Bang cosmology, you have what I call a series of epicycles. The Greeks used to have epicycles, which are known as circles whose centers move on other circles, whose centers move on other circles, in order that they could correctly describe the position of a planet at any given time. They found that in some cases they had to introduce many circles before they could get anywhere near the reality. These epicycles are the assumptions that have been put in ad hoc into the theory from time to time.
The way that the Big Bang has handled the cosmic microwave background is a very good example of how this process works. When the cosmic microwave background was discovered in 1964, this very smooth, even radio radiation coming from all directions at once, the smoothness of the microwave background was considered a proof of the existence of the Big Bang. Only a universal explosion, they argued, could create this smooth, even background.
Now this is not necessarily so. Actually, the 3-degree radiation, to me, has not a cosmological value. It is observed in any cosmology. In any cosmology you can predict the 3-degree radiation. So it's a proof of no cosmology at all if it can be predicted by all of them.
There's no explanation at all of the microwave background in the Big Bang theory. All you can say for the theory is that it permits you to put it in if you want to put it in. So you look and it's there, so you put it in. That's it isn't an explanation.
First of all, the temperature of the microwave background, basically the amount of energy, was not what the Big Bang supporters had predicted. They had predicted a much higher temperature.
So it was 50 degrees Kelvin that was being compared against the 2 to 5 degrees Kelvin from the steady state universe. Now this may not sound like much, but in energy density, where we measure the absolute differences, the differences is 4 orders of magnitude, 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 difference. So there is an enormous difference between 50 degrees Kelvin, a rather poor indicator of what is happening in the universe, and 3 degrees Kelvin.
When you read the textbooks, they don't tell the whole story. They don't present these figures, 5, greater than 5, 7, 50, and then that they did find 3. So that's very strange how the textbooks, they hide a part of history.
And the temperature of the Big Bang proponents was rapidly readjusted from 50 degrees to 3 degrees.
But their theory could be adjusted so that the temperature becomes a free variable that is just taken as what was observed.
We have an observable universe which is made of stars, galaxies that are not very distant, and that's all, because the 3D radiation, I would even think that it might be local. Still now. And going beyond that is, I think, a wild extrapolation, whatever it is. And the physics that we could imagine to be existing there is based on nothing, because we have no test for it.
Although Big Bang advocates claim the discovery of the cosmic microwave background radiation as conclusive proof of their theory, history actually shows that there is a long line of well-hidden predictions previous to those made by Big Bang theorists. Not only were these predictions prior to those of Gamow and associates, but more importantly, they were made without any need for an expanding universe, and with far greater precision. This shows us that observations such as the background temperature of space have no preference for one or another theory, and therefore may not be used as definitive proof of any particular model. The fact that a theory is able to describe an observation does not mean that the observation proves the theory.
This is Bob Wilson at Bell Laboratories. The noise you're listening to is noise from a radio astronomy receiver on the 20-foot horn reflector antenna. This is the original instrument with which Arno Penzias and I discovered the cosmic microwave background radiation in 1965. This radiation comes from all directions and has a thermal spectrum. It sounds, therefore, very much like the noise you would hear on an FM set or a TV set which is tuned to an unused channel. Unfortunately, only about 10% of the noise you hear is coming from the cosmic microwave background radiation. The instrument is contributing about 22 degrees of noise. The Earth's atmosphere is contributing another 4 degrees. Our Milky Way galaxy is contributing 1, and finally the cosmic microwave background radiation, another 3 degrees.
When you say that the microwave background is a perfect black body radiation, that means it is completely thermalized. The theory of black body radiation tells you that that is the ultimate state of radiation when all information of sources from where radiation came has disappeared. Because thermalization means that it's completely smoothed out, wiped out its sources.
One of the main things that people point to as confirmation of the Big Bang as a valid theory is its predictions of abundance of the light elements. That this confirms that the theory is a good theory. But in fact, it doesn't. In fact, observations clearly contradict this prediction of the Big Bang. Big Bang predicts the abundance of 3 elements: helium, lithium, and the isotope deuterium, which is the heavy isotope of ordinary hydrogen.
Now, one of the conclusions from this particular hypothesis that you can make deuterium in the Big Bang was that the density of matter in the universe should not exceed a certain value. Now, over the years, in the 1960s, this seemed to be holding out. 1970s, it seemed to be holding out. But by 1980s, it had become clear that the universe has considerable amount of dark matter which is not included in these calculations. Now, if you include all this dark matter, you exceed the limit that deuterium abundance has put. That means if you assume that all the dark matter is present, then you could not have made deuterium in the amount that is observed in the universe. So this was a way of saying that the Big Bang prediction was wrong.
To determine the density of the universe and see whether this is consistent. If the theory is right, the density of the universe determined from deuterium abundance, the one determined from lithium abundance, and the one determined from helium should all be the same number. There can only be one density of the universe. While actually that's not true. Again, these are gross contradictions, and yet again, it doesn't cause the abandonment of the theory. Big Bang theorists simply say, well, there must be something that we don't understand about the evolution of lithium, about the evolution of deuterium, and even though these predictions have steadily diverged over the course of time.
But what did the Big Bang proponents do? They wanted a way out, so they said that this extra matter, which is proving to be awkward to fit into the framework, has to be a strange kind of matter, which is often called non-baryonic matter. Non-baryonic matter is basically matter which is not made of protons, neutrons, and the kind of elements that we are made of here on the Earth, or which we see in the stars or in the interstellar medium.
Dark matter. What was dark matter? Dark matter was some matter that we don't understand, we don't know what it's about, we haven't observed it, but it isn't ordinary matter, so it doesn't enter into our equations about the light elements, and we can't see it as stars. But dark matter is 90 or 99% of the mass of the universe. This is what we call in science a fudge factor. When your equations don't work out, you just write in this little plus something. Well, in this case, this was a humongous fudge factor because it was 90 or 99% of the universe.
And you have to not only postulate that this matter has to exist, but it has to exist in quantities much greater than the amount you see of ordinary matter.
And I should emphasize that people have looked for dark matter. People have looked for dark matter since it was proposed 20 years ago. Axions, WIMPs, little particles that are supposed to be floating around in space that we should, in theory, be able to observe as they pass through the Earth. Dozens of experiments have looked for these particles. Not one has been found. Again, this should be a contradiction. The way science works, you make a prediction, observation contradicts it, the theory should be rejected. But that hasn't happened. And the epicycles don't end. There's a problem with dark matter, even theoretically. Even though we can't observe it, there's still a problem with it, which is dark matter slows down the expansion of the universe. So the length of time that the universe has existed, the length of time since the Big Bang, should be shorter than what's indicated just by linear expansion. The problem is it's too short. The prediction of the cold dark matter theory is that the universe should be about 8 billion years old. Well, that's a big problem. We can determine the age of stars in our own galaxy, in the oldest globular clusters, both based on very well confirmed theories of the nuclear evolution of stars and spectroscopic observation. And the stars in our galaxy are 13 or 14 billion years old. So it's very embarrassing to have 14 billion year old stars in an 8 billion year old universe.
In addition, they went into dark energy. Now, why did dark energy come in? Because if you take the present value of the cosmological constant and the cosmological constant which came out of inflation, you find that they are not the same. Not only they are the same, but you have to find that the difference lies in something like 108 orders of magnitude. Now, can you imagine a physical theory getting the answers wrong by a factor 10 to the power 108? Yet, the Big Bang cosmologists very coolly accept this and simply put in another epicycle by saying that there is a dark energy which has changed over the time by this factor. So we have to accept that.
Dark energy is some force, again, unknown on Earth, unpredicted by any theory that we have validation of here on Earth, that causes an acceleration of the expansion of the universe. So as the universe is accelerating, and it's older than it appears on the basis of the dark matter theory, and it's 15 billion years old. So we solve the problem of the age of the universe by hypothesizing yet a third completely ad hoc epicycle dark energy. So now we have a universe which is 70% dark energy, 28% dark matter, and only 2% matter that we can observe through our telescopes and here on Earth. Epicycle is being piled onto epicycle. And in the process, what we call the predictive power of the theory is fading away to nothing. One of the most destructive features of the methodology of the Big Bang is that it conveys the idea that only experts can understand the universe. Only people versed in extremely complicated mathematics can understand the universe. That if dark matter, dark energy appear to be incomprehensible or even nonsensical, it's because you don't understand the mathematics of these complex equations. This is, of course, the argument of the emperor's new clothes. If you can't see the emperor's new clothes, then you must be either stupid or incompetent.
So this goes on, and we can find that the old Greek tradition of epicycles, which was even adopted by Copernicus and has been continuing in standard Big Bang cosmology. If we go by the history, the Keplerian orbits, which were elliptical orbits, very cleanly and neatly resolved the problem of planets. And the circles upon circles idea had ultimately to crumble down. Now, in the same way, I suspect that the Big Bang theory will collapse under its own weight of assumptions, and a more neat theory, neat interpretation of the universe will emerge.
Does this mean that the age of the universe is not what Big Bang theorists have implied? Could the universe be eternal after all? How much are cosmologists really able to know?
We are now in a stage which can be called a plasma universe. And we are simply not privileged to know what stage the plasma universe evolved from. We do not have privilege to that information. We do not know. We will never know. And this is one major difference between the plasma universe cosmology and the Big Bang cosmology that claims to be closing in on the final answer.
The universe described by plasma cosmology is quite different. Here we are talking about a universe with no beginning and no end, an infinite universe, continuously evolving, an evolution that is continuously increasing at an ever rapid pace. It is a universe in which there is a coherence between what we can understand in the here and now on Earth and what we can understand in the rest of the universe. A universe in which there is no real limit to our ability to understand more new phenomena. and a universe in which we can apply what we learn in the universe in present-day technology.
The basic difference between plasma and all other forms of matter, that is solid liquids and gases, is that a plasma produces electromagnetic radiation and also tends to filament. So that we would expect in a simulation, which is what we see, in an experiment, which is what we see, we would expect to see throughout the cosmos a filamentary structure that is a spaghetti of currents intertwining the cosmos.
We can use plasma theory derived from experiments in the laboratory, from the basic concepts of plasma instabilities, from Maxwell's equations, and from the well-known laws of gravitation, to describe and predict how the structure of the universe came into being and what that structure is. So the key question is, how could this structure come into existence? Now, in the Big Bang theory, the universe starts out extremely homogeneous, very smooth.
This was in direct contradiction to the plasma universe that insisted that the universe overall must be filamentary.
But what we have today is extremely clumpy matter. When I talk about these huge voids, the structure of voids, the matter inside the voids is less than 10%, perhaps less than a few percent as dense as the average. And the matter in the walls of these voids, where these filaments of superclusters of galaxies are located, is 10 or 20 times the average. So you have extreme clumpiness. Now, what's the problem for the Big Bang to explain this? There's a huge problem. There is not enough time since the Big Bang to form these structures. These structures are older, much older than the time hypothesized since the Big Bang.
Now, again, in interpreting the observational information, we can again go to the laboratory, which we are privileged to diagnose in any number of ways, in any number of directions, and run any number of experiments, which you can't do with the universe. But we also turn to the supercomputer simulations. Now, what a simulation does is that it allows you to model the plasma, regardless of size, put in the rather few basic initial equations, and then follow the simulation through its various nonlinear stages and the different morphologies or shapes that the plasma will take.
In Tony Peratt's simulations, as the current spirals into the center of the galaxy, it turns around and moves out along the axis of the galaxy. In that central area, where the current is extremely concentrated, there seemed again the potential for violent events. And Alfvén and Peratt raised the question, couldn't this be a way of explaining the extremely violent events that occur in the center of galaxies that are known as quasars, in which huge amounts of energy are released in what by astronomical terms is a relatively small amount of time. That is millions of years compared with the billions of years galaxies exist.
Initially, the time frames shown represent 1 billion years or so, but now we're going to carry it out for 10 billion years to see what happens to these double radio galaxies or quasars as the two filaments have evolved into. And you'll see that the tails start to elongate, and fairly soon you're going to start to see a spiral structure. And as we get closer to 10 billion years, the end of the movie, you will see that we have formed the shape, the morphology, the shape of a spiral galaxy.
Now, Alfvén developed a number of concepts that were critical to the whole understanding of the plasma universe. First of all was the basic concept of scale invariance in plasmas. That means there are certain phenomena in plasmas that don't change regardless of whether you're dealing with a laboratory scale of centimeters or a solar system scale of millions of kilometers or a galactic scale of hundreds of thousands of light years. What that meant was that time scales the same way as distance does. So not only does this mean that the phenomena of the cosmos can be studied in the laboratory, but because of time compression, the phenomena of the cosmos are essentially transient phenomena. It's funny to think of a galaxy lasting billions of years as a transient phenomenon, but it's analogous to events in a laboratory that last only millions of seconds. Another way of putting it, the plasma universe is extremely dynamic.
It's not going to be hypothesis. We've moved further than hypothesis. We've definitely gone into the second lake, the analysis, and we're well towards the third lake. Now, we haven't reached the third lake, of course, and perhaps, well, you can't with the universe because you can't experiment with the universe itself. Now, of course, we, like Alfvén, his idea, indeed you can determine what's happening in the universe in an experiment, but as far as producing universes, well, we're not going to do that. So we're going to do the best we can in the laboratory.
The universe that the Big Bang envisions and the universe of plasma cosmology are very different universes, and they have very different implications, and they cohere with very different ideologies of what is happening here on Earth.
The Big Bang theory will collapse under its own weight of assumptions, and a more neat theory, neat interpretation of the universe will emerge.
by summer of 1986. I sat in this and mental study. That's where technology is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's something inside that's making me cry.
This volume is intended to further elucidate my theories of electrical creation. I covered some points lightly touched upon in my previous books, also to bring forward to date the most recent scientific facts and discoveries tending to show that the universe is a vast electric machine or organism. This is the electrical age of the world of magnetic marvels and electrical wonder. The people of this generation have witnessed the most astounding development of electrical machinery, appliances, and utilities. In every department of effort, human genius has called forth this invisible, mysterious magician, electricity, to work the miracles of omnipotence. And so rapid and marvelous have been the discovery that the human mind stands paralyzed with wonder and amazement and asks, what next? In discovering electricity, man has discovered the working force of deity, the right hand of omnipotence, the word of creative power, and uses it in all fields of human effort, except medicine, which is going to change, with electric cables, electric motors, telephones, phonographs, telescopes, electro-telescopes, wireless telegraphy, and mental telepathy. Oh, yeah. The world is revolutionized. That's where technology is leading us back to, the period when we were telepathic, of us humans recovering that lost ability we once had before the Tower of Babel. The old heavens and the old earth have passed away, and behold, all things are new. The new heavens and the new earth, as I see it, through scientific facts and analogies, is a perfect electrical machine, a vast electromagnetic organism of marvelous power and perfection. This stupendous mass of matter and force we call the universe is a complete whole, a perfect unity, creating its own light, heat, and life, and bound together by invisible electric ties of measureless power, as swift as lightning and as strong as omnipotence. He likes that word. I'm going to have to look it up. Then I took up the study of electricity as a matter of curiosity and mental stimulus for my leisure hours from the law practice and realty investment. I had an indefinite idea that this mysterious force and the laws governing it might help to solve the riddle of the universe. I always thought that. I studied its application to ordinary machinery and then applied it to the universe as a vast machine. And behold, the universe as a mighty electric machine or organism answered every scientific question and solved every puzzle in the material world as far as I could comprehend them. I applied it to suns and planets, man, and all animal and vegetable organisms, and as electric creations and electric generators, they explained 1,000 mysteries. I found man the most perfect electric organism, woven by electric energy from invisible atom, receiving his physical life, growth, and nutrition, and digesting and assembling its food by an electric process, such as Professor Loeb and Dr. Matthews discovered in 1902, nearly 20 years after. I soon formulated a theory of electrical creation, which has recently been accepted by some of the ablest scientists. My book, The New Cosmogony, in 1898, and Invisible Light in 1900, and The Cities of the Sun in 1901, my attention was called to this subject about 20 years ago, when Professor Henry built the first electric street railway ever built in this country. It was built on East 5th Street in Kansas City, Missouri, the city where I was living, and attracted much attention. It was used for only a short time because the machinery was not sufficiently perfected, and there was too great a waste of power. and the insulation was bad, for it magnetized and stopped the watches in the pockets of the passengers. While pondering over this electric railway and its mysterious force, as I sat in the twilight in the parlor of the old coach house, a servant came in to light the gas. Instead of using a match, he turned on the gas, took a few gliding steps over to the carpet, and lit the gas by a flash of electricity from his finger, produced by touching his finger against the tip of the gas jet. I was surprised and said, "Have you enough fire in your body to light the gas?" He answered, "Yes, sir." I said, "Can you do that again?" "Yes, sir." And he turned on another jet, took a few gliding steps over the carpet, and touched the tip of the jet with his finger. There was a flash, and the gas was lit. I was amazed, for this was a new electric manifestation to me. He said, "You can do it, sir." "Well, I'll see if I can." And I took a few gliding steps over the carpet. He turned on the gas. I touched the jet with the tip of my finger, and a flash of electric fire, an inch long, lit the gas. This I did many times afterwards, and saw a dozen others do the same thing. In fact, the servants seldom used matches in that parlor. The carpet held such a surplus of electricity, most any person could by now, a few gliding steps, increase the electricity of their body so they could light the gas by a touch. Then I began to think the electric fire in man's body, in the clouds, in coal and wood, and the telegraph line, in flint, in cold steel, in everything. Electricity must be light, heat, life, and creative force, and will explain the mysteries of nature. In the hot, dry summer of 1901, when the Cities of the Sun was issued, my publisher called me to one side and said his salesman was going out west. He asked if he took offers to sell your book, which says the sun is not hot, to those old Kansas farmers. Won't they mob him, hang him to the first available tree? I admitted it did look serious on account of the extreme heat then afflicting the West, but told him to have his salesman inform them that if they would go up in a balloon a few thousand feet nearer the sun, they would freeze to death, and that they had an arm that would reach 30,000 feet up into the atmosphere. It would freeze to the elbow in less than 30 minutes, the hottest day ever known, as every 20,000 feet upwards from the Earth, there is a loss of over 100 degrees of heat. I mention this to show how some of these theories may shock the sensibilities of some unscientific thinkers. All scientists declare that the sun is a burning globe and also the material and electric center of the solar system, but I conceived it to be a living world like our Earth, only more prolific in life and power, and the intellectual and spiritual center of our system of worlds. I believe I present to only reasonable scientific hypotheses ever presented in the history of the human race, which shows and explains the unity, oneness, and perfect organism of the universe. It shows that the universe is self-sustaining, harmonious, and eternal, creating its own cosmic light, heat, and life in the magnetic atmosphere of its suns and planets, and so simple that the law of atoms is the law of suns and worlds, with the able assistance of many scientists, electricians, and specialists who have recently accepted and championed these theories, and the progress already made, they bid fair to soon revolutionize scientific thought. The time will come, and is not far distant, when those who believe the sun is hot or a burning globe of fire will be regarded as the devotees of an antiquated superstition. The enlightened world will look upon them as they do now on those who believe in witches, human slavery, and that the earth is flat, and will pity their ignorance as we do those who worship gods of Olympus. But they weren't so crazy. The gods of Olympus were in their face. That's what most people don't understand. Chapter 1. The universe is a vast electric organism. Electricity, next to deity, its marvelous and varied powers and utilities, create a new epoch in scientific thought and discovery. Its study is replete with new and fascinating ideas and scientific theory. It contains the story of the universe, more sublime than an epic, more wonderful than a romance. It organized the machinery of the world and holds the secrets of nature and the mysteries of life in its invisible grasp. Electricity is the right hand of deity, the tongue of the spirit, the word of omnipotent power, the protean, cosmic force, and creative machinery of the universe. At the divine fiat, it seized all atoms and space. It shook the ether into nebula, the nebula into worlds, the worlds into constellations, the constellations into a universe. It shaped the planets and rounded suns and hurled them forth to circle in the course of the singing spheres. It gave form and function to all matter, from the rounded pebble to the stars, from the raindrop to the surging sea, from the chirping cricket to the sporting leviathan, from the helpless infant to the giant man. It is the messenger and executive of creative will to all created things. It is the ambassador of spirit to matter, the autocrat of communication between all faculties of mind and all the functions of physical existence. It is the law of affinity in matter, of selection in atoms, and whispers to the body the intuitions of the spirit, and guides its insensate worlds to do the will of creative omnipotence. Electricity is the wonderful medium and agent by which mind acts upon matter and works the miracle of life and growth. This mightiest servant of God and man, thus genie, greater than Aladdin's lamp, impresses all laws upon nature and makes the universe obedient to the will of deity, as man's body is obedient to the dictates of a man's mind. This inscrutable word of power from the source of all power is beginning to supply the human race with an inexhaustible force that will revolutionize the earth and link all nations together as one family. In a millennium of peace and goodwill, human life seems to throb, pulsate, gleam, and glow in this marvelous current of existence, which causes illumination, transportation, telegraphy, photography, surgery, horticulture, agriculture, metallurgy, and manufacture to step forth as master magicians to work the miracles for the comfort and happiness of mankind. Every new discovery, every step of electrical science conquers time, destroys distance, diffuses knowledge, dissipates ignorance, encourages friendship, and draws men and nations closer and closer by physical ties and affinities. Where once noisy, ponderous mechanism pounded the rocks to release the metals, electric science, with her unseen but resistless currents, instantly separate the ore and the dry. Soot-begrimed engineer seizes the heavy iron. This is an age of dominant mind, the development of a cycle of invisible forces. The past century was the age of matter. It is said Darwin, Tyndall, Haeckel, and Huxley did a work which had to be done, but their work was limited to chemical and biological demonstrations. It was science, but science of the old school. The discoveries since made in the domain of electricity and mental transmission make their discoveries seem trivial in comparison, and why they don't see it, I do not know. Francis Greeson says, "The discoveries and inventions of the past 10 years have made child's play of every previously known system of philosophy. The simple but amazing facts disclosed during the past 5 years rendered the dreams, speculations, and guesswork of the past absurd. The little we know in a practical way is more than all the philosophers of the past knew, from Aristotle to Leibniz. I contend that the universe is a vast electric organism, that all light, heat, and vital force is generated by electric energy in the dense magnetic atmosphere of suns and planets, where alone it is needed for animal and vegetable life, and in volcanic pockets or circuits in the outer crust of these bodies caused by electric repulsion, that the universe began in extreme cold, not heat, that the suns are not hot, but are self-luminous, perfected world, and like our Earth, except greater and more prolific in life and power. I also contend it is as reasonable to bury an iron ship in the icebergs of the Arctic seas and expect it to become red hot, as to expect the sun, planets, or any body traveling through space 460 degrees colder than those icebergs to become hot, red hot, or molten. As the astronomers say, the sun is. All light, heat, and vital force and physical life is created by contact of opposite electrical polarity and the magnetic cushion surrounding all suns and planets. The sun furnishes the positive electricity, and the planet or satellite the negative. And from these two spring all the cosmic and material forces of the universe. The electric currents of the sun create inducted magnetic currents on the earth, which evolves all visible substance and life forms. The earth at its center is a magnet of crystalline rock and varied metals, placed layer upon layer as a thermopile or voltaic battery. Each constitutes the solid core of the Earth magnet, and draws and holds all matter and substance, atoms, and atmosphere close to its magnetic heart, so that nothing can be thrown off of its vast surface. It shoots through space 50 times faster than a bullet from a rifle, and whirls round with a speed of a revolving cylinder of a dynamo. Its swift duplicate motion makes it a working battery, or our dynamo of marvelous power. It draws all things to its magnetic center, as the magnetic core of the steel magnet draws filings of iron and other metals to its magnetic surface, and they cluster there in the same spherical form. This Earth magnet drew countless meteors, swarms of nebulic and invisible matter from surrounding space, and grew in size and magnetic power, as a steel magnet may grow by adding other countless magnets with their increasing power and growing accretions. For my theory is that every atom is a tiny magnet, and every molecule, meteor, and visible form of matter is a combination and aggregation of magnets. Aside from the theory of magnets, this is not far from Lockyer and Proctor's theory of the stellar formations. Norman Lockyer says the stellar constitution may be explained by supposing it to arise from cool meteoric swarms represented by the nebula and the rise of temperature due to contraction toward a center. And he adds, in the stars we have celestial furnaces, the heat of which transcends that of our most powerful electric sparks. In this heat theory, I think he is radically wrong. In the rise of temperature on the sun and earth, I contend is not from contraction, which is both insufficient and too irregular to be considered. But it did arise from the growth in power and size of the earth as a great magnet. As great a dynamo, it begins to throb with electric energy. and by drawing itself power currents from space and from the sun, the central electric heart of its organism, it began to generate heat and light in its own environment, which in time became translucent to the sun's rays. And instead of the sun and earth losing their light and heating power, they are steadily increasing them. It is thus apparent that all light, heat, physical organisms, and vegetable and animal life are evolved and exist only in the magnetic atmosphere of suns and planets. The light we see does not come from the sun or stars. It is generated in our own atmosphere. No man ever saw the sun or stars. They see the rays of light which photograph them in our atmosphere. They are pictures of them at the end of the ray, emanating from them. But some of these rays have been 200 years in reaching us. It takes light over 4 years to reach us from the star nearest our Earth. It is plain we do not see these stars. As to the heat of the sun, there has been a vast difference of opinion among scientists. Newton held it to be 1,699,300 degrees, but Ericsson 2,726,000 degrees hot. Saki 2 million to 6 million degrees. Watterson 9 million to 10 million. And Sorey 5,800,000 degrees. But since the discovery of the law of conservation of energy, which is only about 100 years old, the scientists have been hedging and crawfishing with wonderful dexterity, and reducing it until now 18,000 to 20,000 degrees are accepted as possibly correct. As Newton was a great mathematician, and the scientists accept him on other scientific questions, they ought to accept him on the sun's heat, and acknowledge the fact that ought to be apparent to all, that if heat comes to the earth from the sun, in a column 93 million miles long and 8,000 miles in diameter, through frigid ether 460 degrees colder than ice, the sun must be millions of degrees hot. Then, as nothing in the known universe can exist 1,000,000 or even 20,000 degrees hot, they should admit the sun is not hot. Only electric currents come from the sun, which generate heat and light in our own atmosphere. Well, I'm glad he went back to electricity. I was starting to think this was going to be a magnetic thing. It still could be, but it's interesting to read. It's over 100 years old. Like I said in a previous video, we could have had an electric universe paradigm 100 years ago. Just imagine where our technology would be today. I mean, it's amazing. We went from Model Ts to TR3Bs in 100 years. We could even be more advanced, much more advanced, had we followed the electric universe paradigm. Then arises another question. All bodies lose their power, then heated to less than 1,000 degrees hot. Professor Fleming, in his book, Magnets and Electric Currents, says, magnetic bodies become, I turned into Nixon, sorry. Magnets and Electric Currents says magnetic bodies become changed into feeble magnetic ones by heating to a certain temperature. Iron, at its critical temperature of 690 degrees to 870 degrees, or a light red heat, loses all its strong magnetic qualities. In the same way, nickel loses them at 300 degrees. Thus, we have the sun at even 1,000 degrees hot, deprived of its magnetic power and unable to control the solar system. Professor T.C. Mendenhall, in a recent article in Harper's Magazine, says, the electrical resistance of pure metals diminishes at a rate which indicates that at absolute zero it would vanish, and these metals would become perfect conductors of electricity. Thus, cold increases and heat diminishes, and electric energy of metals in all substances. In my previous book, The Cities of the Sun, I have given over 50 reasons why the sun is not hot. Among them, I may mention First, because of the extreme cold that prevails in the upper atmosphere of the Earth, through which the sun's rays must pass, but whose temperature they cannot alter. Second, because the sun's rays must travel 93 million miles of space between sun and Earth, which is 460 degrees colder than ice, which would make it impossible for them to retain any degree of heat whatever. If heat comes from the sun, it must come in a column 93 million miles long, 865,000 miles in diameter, converging to 8,000 miles at the Earth's surface, which would destroy the sun or any known body in the universe to furnish such heat. Third, because the perpetual snow upon the mountains, even in the tropics, show the sun's rays bring no heat to the Earth, or snow would be melted by the first and greatest volume of heat from the sun. Fourth, because if heat came from the sun, there could be no clouds in our atmosphere, for the heat of the sun would strike them first, and greater heat above the cloud level would prevent their formation and forever banish them from our skies. But boy, when that sun comes out of them clouds, you sure can feel it burn into you. But those are electric currents that are hitting us. It's pretty amazing. Even the wind is an electric current. Fifth, because heat, by the law of its nature, is diffusive and cannot be shot from one sun or planet to another, or forced through space like a Leyden ball or other substance, but is soon dissipated in the cold ether of space. Sixth, the sun is not hot because comets have passed 300,000 miles through the sun's corona without visible change or injury, which would be impossible if the sun is excessively hot. For the comet coming from outer space must be intensely cold, and excessive heat in the sun would explode and destroy it.
Astronomers discover the first cloudless The Shadow of Death. An entire year after the eruption of Krakatoa in the East Indies in 1883, sunset and sunrise in both hemispheres were very colorful. Lava dust suspended in the air and carried around the globe accounted for this phenomenon. In 1783, after the eruption of Skaptar-Jökull in Iceland, the world was darkened for months. Records of this phenomenon are known in many contemporary authors. One German contemporary compared the gloomy world of the year 1783 with the Egyptian plague of darkness. The world was gloomy in the year of Caesar's death, 44 BC. After the murder of Caesar, the dictator, and during the Antonine War, there was almost a whole year's continuous gloom, wrote Pliny. Virgil described this year in these words: "The sun veiled his shining face in dusky gloom, and the godless age feared everlasting night. Germany heard the clash of arms through all the sky. The Alps rocked with unwonted terrors, and specters, pale in wondrous wise, were seen at evening twilight." On September 23rd, 44 BC, a short while after the death of Caesar, on the very day when Octavian performed the rites in honor of the deceased, a comet became visible at daytime. It was very bright and moved from north to west. It was seen for only a few days and vanished while still in the north. It appears that the gloom which enveloped the world the year after Caesar's death was caused by the dust of the comet dispersed in the atmosphere. The clash of arms heard through all the sky was probably the sound that accompanied the entrance of the gases and dust into the Earth's atmosphere. If the eruption of a single volcano can darken the atmosphere over the entire globe, a simultaneous and prolonged eruption of thousands of volcanoes would blacken the sky. And if the dust of the comet of 44 BC had a darkening effect, contact of the Earth with a great cinder-trailing comet of the 15th century before this era could likewise cause the blackening of the sky. As this comet activated all of the volcanoes and it created new ones, the cumulative action of the eruptions and of the comet's dust must have saturated the atmosphere with floating particles. Volcanoes vomit water vapor as well as cinders. The heating effect of the contact of the globe with the comet must have caused a great evaporation from the surface of the seas and rivers. Two kinds of clouds, water, vapor, and dust, were formed. The clouds obscured the sky, and drifting very low hung as fog. The veil left by the gaseous trail of hostile star and the smoke of the volcanoes caused darkness, not complete but profound, advanced darkness. This condition prevailed for decades, and only very gradually did the dust subside and the water vapors condense. A vast night reigned over all the American land, of which tradition speaks unanimously. In a sense, the sun no longer existed for this ruined world, which was lightened up at intervals only by frightful conflagrations, revealing the full horror of their situation to the small number of human beings that had escaped from these calamities. Following the cataclysm caused by the waters, the author of the Codex, Shmalpopoca, in his history of the suns, shows us terrifying celestial phenomenon, twice followed by the darkness that covered the face of the earth. In one instance, for a period of 25 years, this fact is mentioned in the Codex Shmalpopoca and in most of the traditions of Mexico. Gomara, the Spaniard who came to the Western Hemisphere in the middle of the 16th century, shortly after the conquest, wrote, "After the destruction of the fourth sun, the world plunged into darkness. During the space of 25 years, amid this profound obscurity, 10 years before the appearance of the fifth sun, mankind was regenerated." How? In the years of this gloom, when the world was covered with clouds and shrouded in mist, the Quiche tribe migrated to Mexico, crossing a sea enveloped in somber fog. In the so-called manuscript Quiche, it is also narrated that there was little light on the surface of the earth. The faces of the sun and of the moon were covered in clouds. In the Hermitage Papyrus in Leningrad, previously mentioned, there are lamentations about a terrible catastrophe when heaven and earth turned upside down. I show thee the land upside down. It happened that which never had happened. After this catastrophe, that when darkness covered the earth, the sun is veiled and shines, not in the sight of men. None can live when the sun is veiled by clouds. None knoweth that midday is there. The shadow is not discerned. Not dazzling is the sight when he, the sun, is beheld. He is in the sky like the moon. In this description, the light of the sun is compared to the light of the moon. But even in the light of the moon, objects cast a shadow. If the midday could not be discerned, the disk of the sun was not clearly visible, and only its diffused light made the day different from the night.
The gloom gradually lifted in the passing years.
As the clouds became less thick,
little by little, the sky and the sun appeared less and less veiled. The years of darkness in Egypt are described in a number of other documents. The Papyrus Ippur, which contains the story of the plagues of Egypt, says that the land is without light, dark in the Papyrus Anastasia IV. The years of misery are described, and it is said, the sun, it hath come to pass that it riseth not. It was the time of the wandering in the desert. Is there any indication that the desert was dark? Jeremiah 2:6, neither said, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passed through, and where no man dwelt. The shadow of death is related to the time of the wanderings in the desert after the exodus from Egypt. The sinister meaning of the word shadow of death corresponds with the description of the Hermitage Papyrus. None can live when the sun is veiled by clouds. At intervals, the earth was lighted by conflagrations in the desert. The phenomenon of gloom, enduring for years, impressed itself on the memory of the 12 tribes, and is mentioned in many passages of the Bible. Thou hadst covered us with the shadow of death, Psalms 44:19. The people that walked in darkness, in the land of the shadow of death, Isaiah 9:2. The Israelites wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way, hungry and thirsty. Their soul fainted in them. And the Lord brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, Psalms 107. The terrors of the shadow of death, Job 24:17. In Job 38, the Lord speaks, who shut up the sea with doors, barriers, when it brake forth. I think Velikovsky says the entire Old Testament is basically just from one end to the other. Catastrophes, and it's more like history. And I also heard a rumor that it was the history of Atlantis, the destruction of Atlantis, but I don't know if that's true or not. When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness, a swaddling hand for it, and caused the dayspring to know his place, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. The low and slowly drifting clouds enshrouded the wanderers in the desert. These clouds dimly glowed at night. In their upper portion reflected the sunlight, the glow being pale during the day and red after sunset. The Israelites were able to distinguish between day and night. They were protected by the clouds from the sun during the wandering in the desert.
Midrashic literature, they saw sun and moon for the first time only at the end of the wandering. The clouds that covered the desert during the wandering of the 12 tribes were called a celestial garment, or clouds of glory. He spread a cloud for a covering, and fire to give it light in the night. And the cloud of the Lord was upon them by day. For days or months the cloud tarried in one place, and the Israelites journeyed not. But when the cloud moved, the wanderers followed it and revered it, because of its celestial origin. In Arabic sources, too, we read that the Amalekites, who left Hejaz because of plagues, followed the cloud in their wandering through the desert. On their way to Palestine and Egypt, they met the Israelites, and in the battles between them, the screen of clouds played an important part. Nihonji, a chronicle of Japan from the earliest period, refers to a time when there was continuous darkness and no difference of day and night. It describes in the name of the Emperor Kami Yamamoto an ancient time when the world was given over to widespread desolation. It was an age of darkness and disorder. And this gloom, Hikaho Nanahangi no Mikoto, fostered justice, and so governed this western border. In China, the annals telling of the time of the Emperor Yahoo refer to the Valley of Obscurity and to the somber residence as places of astronomical observations. The name Shadow of Death expresses the influence of the sunless gloom upon the life processes. The Chinese annals of Wang Xixing, in the chapter dealing with 10 stems, the 10 stages of the Earth's primal history, relate that at Wu, the 6th stem, darkness destroys the growth of all things. Buddhist scholars declare that with the beginning of the 6th world age, or sun, the whole world becomes filled with smoke and saturated with greasiness of the smoke. There is no distinction of day and night. The gloom is caused by a cycle-destroying great cloud of cosmic origin and dimensions. On the Samoan Islands, the Aborigines narrate, "Then arose smell. The smell became smoke, which again became clouds. The sea too arose, and in a stupendous catastrophe of nature, the land sank into the sea. The new earth, the Samoan Islands, arose out of the womb of the last earth, in the darkness that enveloped the world. The islands of Tonga, Samoa, Rotuma, Fiji, and Uvea, Wallis Island, and Futuna rose from the bottom of the ocean. Ancient rhymes of the inhabitants of Hawaii refer to a prolonged darkness. The earth is dancing. Let darkness cease. The heavens are enclosing." The Quiche tribe migrated to Mexico. The Israelites were roaming in the desert. The Amalekites migrated toward Palestine and Egypt. An uneasy movement took place in all corners of the ruined world. The migration in central Polynesia, shrouded in gloom, is narrated in the traditions of the Aborigines of this part of the world about a chief named Tureru, who lived long in utter darkness in Aviki, who migrated in a canoe named Weary of Darkness to find a land of light, and who, after many years of wandering, saw the sky clearing little by little and arrived at a region where they could see each other clearly. In the Kalevala, the Finnish epos, which dates back to an enormous antiquity, the time when the sun and moon disappeared from the sky and dreaded shadows covered it, is described in these words. "Even birds grew sick and perished. Men and maidens faint and famished, perished in the cold darkness from the absence of the sunshine, from the absence of the moonlight. But the wise men of the Northland could not know the dawn of morning. For the moon shines not in season, nor appears the sun at midday from their stations in the sky vault. An explanation that would rationalize this picture as the description of a seasonal long night in northern regions will stumble over the second part of the passage. The seasons did not return in their wonted order, and a dreaded shadow covered the earth when Ukko, the highest of the Finnish deities, relinquished the support of the heavens. Hailstones of iron rained down furiously, and then the world became shrouded in a generation-long darkness. This twilight of the gods of the Nordic races is but the shadow of death of the scriptures. The entire generation of those who left Egypt perished in the lightless desert. Vegetation died in the catastrophe. The Iranian book of Bundahis says blight was diffused over the vegetation, and it withered away immediately when the sky was shattered. The day became dark, and the earth teemed with noxious creatures. For a long time there was no green thing seen. Seeds would not germinate in a sunless world. It took many years before the earth again brought forth vegetation. This is told in the written and oral traditions of many peoples according to the American sources. The regeneration of the world and of humankind took place under the veil of the gloomy shadows, and the time is indicated as the end of the 15th year of darkness, 10 years before the end of the gloom. In the scriptural narration, it was probably the day when Aaron dried twig budded for the first time. The eerie world, dark and groaning, was unpleasant to all of the senses save the sense of smell. The world was fragrant when the breeze blew. The clouds conveyed a sweet odor. In the papyrus Anastasi IV, written in the year of misery, in which it is said the months are reversed, the planet god is described as arriving with the sweet wind before him. In a similar text by the Hebrews, we read that the times and seasons were confused, and a fragrance perfumed all the world. The perfume was brought by the pillar of smoke. The fragrance was that of myrrh and frankincense. Israel was surrounded by clouds, and as soon as the clouds were set into motion, the winds breathed myrrh and frankincense. The Vedas contain hymns to Agni, which glows from the sky. Its fragrance became the fragrance of the earth, that fragrance of thine, which the immortals of yore gathered up. The tradition of those days, when the star conveyed its fragrance to men on the earth, is immortalized in the tradition of the Hindus. The Vedic hymn compares the fragrance of the star Agni to the scent of the lotus. End of subchapter. Ambrosia. In what way did this evil of gloom dissolve itself? When the air is overcharged with vapor, dew, rain, hail, or snowfalls, most probably the atmosphere discharged its compounds, presumably of carbon and hydrogen. In a similar way, has any testimony been preserved that during the many years of gloom carbohydrates precipitated? When the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. It was like
the hoarfrost on the ground. It had the shape of coriander seed, the yellowish color of bdellium, and an oily taste like honeycomb. It was called corn of heaven, and it was ground between stones and baked in pans. The manna fell from the cloud. After the nightly cooling of the carbohydrates precipitated and fell with the morning dew. And the morning dew still falls, especially in August. The grains dissolved in the heat and evaporated, but in a closed vessel the substance would be preserved for a long time. The exegetes have endeavored to explain the phenomenon of manna and were helped by the naturalists who discovered that a tamarisk in the desert of Sinai sheds its seeds during certain months of the year. But why should this seed be called corn of heaven, bread of heaven? Or why should it be said it will rain bread from heaven? It is also not easy to explain how a multitude of men and animals could have existed for many years in a wilderness on the scarce and seasonal seeds of some desert plant, were such a thing possible. The desert would be preferable to tillable land that yields bread to the laborer only in the sweat of his brow. The clouds brought the heavenly bread. It is also said in the Talmud, but if the manna fell from clouds that enveloped the entire world, it must have fallen not only in the desert of wanderings, but everywhere. And not only the Israelites, but other peoples too, must have tasted it and spoken of it in their traditions. There was a world fire, says the Icelandic tradition, followed by the Thimble winter, and only one human pair remained alive in the north. This human pair lie hidden in the hole during the fire of Surt. Then came the terrible Thimble winter, at the end of the world age. Meanwhile, they feed on morning dew, and from them come the folk who people the renewed earth. Three elements are connected in the Icelandic tradition, which are the same three we met in the Israelite tradition. The world fire, the dark winter that endured many years, and the morning dew that served as food during these years of gloom. Then nothing budded. The Maori tribe of New Zealand tell of fiery winds and fierce clouds that lashed the waters into tidal waves that touched the sky and were accompanied by furious hailstorms. The ocean fled. The progeny of the storm and hail were mist and heavy dew and light dew after the catastrophe. But little of the dry land was left standing above the sea. Then clear light increased in the world, and the beings who had been hidden between sky and earth before they were parted now multiplied upon the earth. This tradition of the Maoris has substantially the same elements as the Israelite tradition. The destruction of the world was accompanied by hurricanes, hail, meteorites, and sky-high billows. The land submerged. A mist covered the earth for a long time. Heavy dew fell to the ground, together with light dew, as in the passage quoted from Numbers 11:9. The writings of Buddhism relate that when the world cycle comes to an end, with the world destroyed and the ocean dried up, there is no distinction of day and night, and heavenly ambrosia serves as food. In the hymns of Rig Veda, it is said that honey, madhu, comes from the clouds. These clouds originated from the pillar of cloud. Among the hymns of the Ardharva Veda, there is one to the honey lash. From heaven, from earth, from the atmosphere, from the sea, from the fire, and from the wind, the honey lash hath verily sprung. This clothed in amrite,
ambrosia, all the creatures revering a claim in their hearts. The Egyptian Book of the Dead speaks of the divine clouds and the great dew that bring the earth into contact with the heavens. The Greeks called the heavenly bread ambrosia. It is described by the Greek poets in identical terms with manna. It had the taste of honey and a fragrance. This heavenly bread has given classical scholars many headaches. Greek authors from Homer and Hesiod down through the ages continually referred to ambrosia as the heavenly food, which in its fluid state is called nectar. But it was used also as ointment. It had the fragrance of a lily, and as food for the horses of Hera when she visited Zeus in the sky. Hera, Earth, was veiled in it when she hurried from her brother Ares, Mars, to Zeus, Jupiter. What could it be, this heavenly bread, which served also as a veil for a goddess planet, and was used as an ointment too? It was honey, said some scholars, but honey is a regular food for mortals, whereas ambrosia was given only to the generation of heroes. Then what was this substance that served as fodder on the ground for horses, as a veil for planets, bread from the sky for heroes, also turned fluid for their drink, and was oil and perfume for ointments? It was the manna that was baked into bread, had an oily taste and also a honey taste, was found on the ground by man and beast, wrap the earth and the heavenly bodies in a veil, was called corn of heaven, and the bread of the mighty, had a fragrant odor, and served the women in the wilderness as ointment. Manna, like ambrosia, was compared with honey and with morning dew. The belief of Aristotle and the other writers that honey falls from the atmosphere with the dew was based on the experience of those days, when the world was veiled in carbon clouds that precipitated honey frost. These clouds are described as dreaded shades in the Calavella. From these dreaded shades, says the Epos, honey dropped, and the clouds, their fragrant, sifted honey from their home within the heavens. The Maoris of the Pacific, the Jews on the border of Asia and Africa, the Hindus, the Finns, the Icelanders, all describe the honey food being dropped from the clouds. Dreary shades of the shadow of death, that the source of the heavenly bread falling from the clouds with the morning dew was a celestial body. The Sibyl says that the sweet heavenly bread came from the starry heavens, the planet god Ukko, or Jupiter. It is said to have been the source of the honey that dropped from the clouds. Athena covered other planet goddesses with a robe of ambrosial and provided nectar and ambrosia to the heroes. Other traditions, too, see the origin of the honey-dew in a celestial body that enveloped the earth in clouds. For this reason, ambrosia, or manna, is called heavenly bread. End of subchapter. Rivers of milk and honey. The honey frost fell in enormous quantities. The Haggadah literature says that the quantity which fell every day would have sufficed to nourish people for 2,000 years. All the peoples of the east and west could see it. A few hours after the break of day, the heat under the cloud cover liquefied the grains and volatilized them. The ground absorbed some of the liquefied mass as it absorbs dew. The grains also fell upon the earth, and the rivers became milky in appearance. The Egyptians relate that the Nile flowed for a time blended with honey. The strange appearance of the rivers of Palestine in the desert is the Israelites saw no river, caused the scouts to return from the survey of the land to call it the land that floweth with milk and honey. Numbers 13:27.
The heavens rain oil, the wadis run with honey, says a text found in Ras Shamara, Ugarit in Syria. In the rabbinical literature, it is said that melting from manna formed streams that furnished drink to many deer and other animals. The Ultra Veda hymns say that Honeylash came down from fire and wind. End of subchapter. And that was a quick one. Jericho. The earth's crust trembled, then cracked again and again, as its strata settled after a major displacement. Chasms opened up, springs disappeared, and new springs appeared. When the Israelites approached the river Jordan, a slice of one bank fell, blocking the stream long enough for the tribes to cross over. The waters which came down from above stood and rose up upon a heap very far from the city, Adam, that is, beside Zaratan. And those that came down toward the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, failed and were cut off. And the people passed over right against Jericho. A similar occurrence took place on the 8th of December, 1267, when the Jordan was dammed for 16 hours. And again following the earthquake of 1927, when a slice of one bank fell into the river not far from Adam and blocked the water for over 21 hours. At Demia, Adam, the people crossed the river on its dry bed. The fall of the walls of Jericho at the blast of the trumpets is a well-known episode, but it is not well interpreted. The horns blow by the priests for 7 days played no greater natural role than Moses' rod, with which, in the legend, he opened a passage in the sea. When the people heard the sound of the trumpet, it happened that the wall fell down flat. The great sound of the trumpet was produced by the earth. The Israelite tribes, believing in magic, thought that the sound of the earth came in response to the blowing of the ram's horns for 7 days. The great walls of Jericho, they were 12 feet wide, have been excavated. They were found to have been destroyed by an earthquake. The archaeological evidences also prove that these walls collapsed at the beginning of the Hyksos period, or shortly after the close of the Middle Kingdom. The Earth had not yet recovered from the previous world catastrophe and reacted with continuous tremors. When the hour of a new cosmic disaster approached, the event we described at the beginning of this book, only to go back to the cataclysm of the Exodus, the upheaval of the days of Joshua, when the earth stood still on the day of the battle at Beth Horon. End of chapter. And chapter 7 is next, called Stone Suspended in the Air. And there's a subchapter in that chapter 7 titled Atlantis. So I'm going to be interested to see what that's about. That will be coming. Thank you for listening.
ganja, man. Hot hailstones, which at Moses' intersection had remained suspended in the air when they were about to fall upon the Egyptians, were now cast down upon the Canaanites. These words mean that a part of the meteorites of the cometary train of the days of Exodus remained in the celestial sphere for about 50 years, falling in the days of Joshua and in the valley of Beth Horon. On the same afternoon when the sun and the moon stood still for the length of a full day, the language of the Talmud and the Midrash suggests that the same comet returned after some 50 years. Once more it passed very close to the Earth. This time, it did not reverse the poles of the Earth. It kept the terrestrial axis tilted for a considerable length of time. Again, the world was, in the language of the rabbis, consumed in a whirlwind, and all the kingdoms tottered. The earth quaked and trembled from the noise of thunder. Terrified mankind was decimated once more, and carcasses were like rubbish in this day of anger. On the day when this took place on the earth, the sky was in confusion. Stones fell from the heavens. Sun and moon stopped in their paths. And a comet must also have been seen. Habakkuk describes the portent in the sky on that memorable day when, in his words, the sun and the moon stood still in their habitation. It had the form of a man on a chariot drawn by horses and was regarded as God's angel. In the King James Version, passages read, "His glory covers the heaven. His brightness was light. He had horns coming out of his hand. Burning coals went forth at his feet. He drove asunder the nations. Everlasting mountains were scattered. Was thine anger against the rivers? Was thy wrath against the sea? And thou didst ride upon thine horses, and thy chariots of salvation? Thou didst cleave the earth with rivers.
The mountains saw thee, and they trembled. The overflowing of the water passed by.
The deep uttered his voice. The sun and the moon stood still in their habitation. At the light of thy arrows they went, at the shining of thy glittering spear. Thou didst march through the land of indignation. Thou didst thresh the heathen in anger. Thou didst walk through the sea with thine horses, through the heap of deep waters. Since the text of the scriptures have, for some psychological reason, rooted in the readers the quality of being easily misread, misunderstood, or misinterpreted, I give also some of the passages of the 3rd chapter of Habakkuk in another modernized reading. The friction of displaced strata and magma must have set the world on fire. The world burned. The Greek story of Phaethon will be introduced here because of the interpretation heard by Solomon during his visit to Egypt. Phaethon. The Greeks, as well as the Carians and other peoples on the shores of the Aegean Sea, told of a time when the sun was driven off its course and disappeared for an entire day, and the earth was burned and drowned. Greek legend says the young Phaethon, who claimed parentage of the sun, on that fatal day tried to drive the chariot of the sun, Phaethon, the chariot of the sun. Phaethon was unable to make his way against the whirling poles, and their swift axis swept him away. Phaethon in Greek means the blazing one. Many authors have dealt with the story of Phaethon. The best known version is a creation of the Latin poet Ovid. The chariot of the sun, driven by Phaethon, moved no longer in the same course as before. The horses break loose from their course and rush aimlessly, knocking against the stars set deep in the sky.
and snatching the chariot along through uncharted ways. Consolation of the cold bears tried to plunge into the forbidden sea, and the sun's chariot roamed through unknown regions of the air. It was borne along just as a ship driven before the headlong blast, whose pilot has let the useless rudder go and abandoned the ship to the gods and prayers. The earth bursts into flames, the highest parts first, and splits into deep cracks, and its moisture is all dried up. The meadows are burned to white ashes. Trees are consumed, green leaves and all, and the ripe grain furnishes fuel for its own destruction. Great cities perish with their walls, and the vast conflagration reduces whole nations to ashes. The woods are ablaze with the mountains. Etna is blazing boundlessly, and the twin-peaked Parnassus, nor does it chilling climb save Scythia, Caucasus burn. And the heaven-piercing Alps, the cloud-capped Apennines, the scorched cloud belched forth smoke. Pantheon seized the earth aflame. He can no longer bear the ashes of the whirling sparks.
Was completely shrouded in dense hot smoke. In this pitchy darkness, he cannot tell where he has been, or whither he is going. It was then, as men think, that the people of Ethiopia became black-skinned, since the blood was drawn to the surface of their skin by the intense heat. Then also Libya became a desert, for the heat dried up her moisture. The Don's waters steam. Babylonian, Euphrates, and the Ganges. Faces Danube, Alpheus boil. Spercheios are aflame. The golden sands of Tagus melt in the heat, and the swans are scorched. The Nile fled in terror to the ends of the earth. The 7 mouths lie empty, filled with dust. 7 broad channels, all without a stream. The same mischief dries up the Thracian rivers, Hebrus, Strymon. Also the rivers of the west, the Rhine, Rhone, Po, and the Tiber. Great cracks yawn everywhere. Even the sea shrinks up. And what was, but now, a great watery expanse is a dry plain of sand. The mountains, which the deep sea had covered before, spring forth and increase the number of the scattered Cyclades. How could the poets have known that a change in the movement of the sun across the firmament must cause a world conflagration, blazing of volcanoes, boiling of rivers, disappearance of seas, birth of deserts, emergence of islands, if the sun never changed its harmonious journey from sunrise to sunset? The disturbance in the movement of the sun was followed by a period as long as a day, when the sun did not appear at all. Ovid continues, if we are to believe the report, 1 whole day went without the sun, but the burning world gave light. A prolonged night in one part of the world must be accompanied by a prolonged day in another part. In Ovid, we see the phenomenon related to the book of Joshua, but from another longitude. This may stimulate surmise as to the geographical origin of the Indo-Iranian or Carian migrant to Greece. The globe changed the inclination of its axis. Latitudes changed, too. Ovid ends the description of the world catastrophe contained in the story of Phaethon, causing all things to shake with her mighty trembling. The earth sank back a little lower than her wonted place. Plato recorded the story heard 2 generations before from Solon, the wise ruler of Athens. Solon, on his visit to Egypt, questioned the priests versed in the lore of antiquity on early history. He discovered that neither he himself nor any other Greek knew anything at all that one might say about such matters. Solon unfolded before the priest the tale of the deluge, the only ancient tradition he was aware of. One of the priests, an old man, said, there have been and there will be many and diverse destructions of mankind, of which the greatest are by fire and water, and lesser ones by countless other means. For in truth the story that is told in your country as well as ours, how once upon a time Phaethon, son of Helios, yoked his father's chariot, and because he was unable to drive it along the course taken by his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth, and himself perished by a thunderbolt. The story, as it is told, has the fashion of a legend, but the truth of it lies in the occurrence of a shifting of the bodies in the heavens, which move around the earth, and a destruction of the things on the earth by fierce fire, which recurs at long intervals. The Egyptian priests explained to Solon that in these catastrophes the literary works of many peoples and their learned men perish. For that reason, the Greeks were still childish, as they no longer knew the true horrors of the past. These words of the priest were only an introduction to a revelation of his knowledge about the lands that were erased, when Greece also and the entire world were visited with heavenly wrath. He told the story of a mighty kingdom on a great island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean that submerged and sank forever into its waters. End of subchapter.
Atlantis. The story narrated by Plato of the island of Atlantis that ruled Africa as far as the border of Egypt and Europe, as far as Tuscany. On the Apennine Peninsula, and that in one fatal night was shattered by earthquakes and sank, never ceased to occupy the imagination of the literary. Strabo and Pliny thought that the story of Atlantis was an illusion of the elderly Plato, but to this day the tradition, as received by Plato, as revived by Plato, has not died. Poets and novelists have exploited the story freely. Scientists have done so with caution. An incomplete catalog of the literature on Atlantis in 1926 included 1,700 titles. Although Plato said clearly that Atlantis was situated behind the Pillars of Hercules, Gibraltar, in the Atlantic Ocean, as is also indicated by the name of the island. Travelers and other guessers have placed Atlantis in all parts of the world, even on dry land, as for example in Tunisia, Palestine, South America, Ceylon, Newfoundland, and Spitsbergen have also been considered. This was due to the fact that traditions of inundations and submersion of islands exist in all parts of the world. Plato set down what Solon had heard in Egypt from the learned priests. The Atlantic Ocean there was, at that time, navigable. For in front of the mouth, which you Greeks call, as you say, the Pillars of Hercules, there lay an island which was larger than Libya and Asia Minor together. And it was possible for travelers of that time to cross from it to the other islands, and from the islands to the whole of the continent, over against them, which encompasses that veritable ocean. Yonder is a real ocean, and the land surrounding it may most rightly be called, in the fullest and truest sense, the continent. Now in this island of Atlantis there existed a confederation of kings, a great and marvelous power, which held sway over all the island, and over many other islands also, in parts of the continent. And moreover, of the lands here within the straits, they ruled over Libya as far as Egypt, and over Europe as far as Tuscany. In the 19th century, ships sailed to the Atlantic Ocean to explore its bed in search of Atlantis. And before the Second World War, scientific societies existed for the sole purpose of exploring the problem of the sunken island. Much speculation was offered, not only on the whereabouts of Atlantis, but also on the cultural achievements of its inhabitants. Plato, in another work of his, Critias, wrote a political treatise, and as no real place in the world could have been the scene of his utopia, he chose for that purpose the sunken island. Modern scholars, finding some affinity between American and Egyptian and Phoenician cultures, think that Atlantis may have been the intermediary link. There is much probability in these speculations. If they are justified, Crete, a maritime base of Carian navigators, may disclose some information about Atlantis as soon as the Cretan scripts are satisfactorily deciphered. I wonder if that's where the word Cretan comes from. As of right now, 2018, I haven't heard anything about it. I have to look into that. One point in Plato's story about the submersion of Atlantis requires correction. Plato said that Solon told the story to Critias the elder, and that the young Critias, Plato's friend, heard it from his grandfather when he was a 10-year-old boy. Critias the younger remembered having been told that the catastrophe which befell Atlantis happened 9,000 years before. There is 1 0 too many there. We do not know of any vestiges of human culture aside from that of the Neolithic age, nor of any navigating nation 9,000 years before Solon. Numbers we hear in childhood easily grow in our memory, as do dimensions. When revisiting our childhood home, we are surprised at the smallness of the rooms. We had remembered them as much larger. Whatever the source of the error, the most probable date of the sinking of Atlantis would be the middle of the second millennium, 900 years before Solon, when the Earth twice suffered great catastrophes. And as a result of the shifting of the heavenly bodies,
These words of Plato receive the least attention, though they deserve the greatest. The destruction of Atlantis is described by Plato as he heard it from his source. At a later time here occupied portentous earthquakes and floods. One grievous day and night befell them, when the whole body of your Greek warriors was swallowed up by the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. Wherefore also the ocean at that spot has now become impassable and unsearchable, being blocked up by a shoal, mud, which the island created as it settled down. At the time when Atlantis perished in the ocean, the people of Greece were destroyed. The catastrophe was ubiquitous, as if recalling what had happened. The psalmist wrote, "Destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities. Their memorial is perished with them." He prayed also, "God is our refuge and strength. Therefore will not we fear.
Though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the sea." The floods of Deucalion and Ogyges. The history of Greece knows two great natural catastrophes, the floods of Deucalion and of Ogyges. One of them, usually that of Deucalion, is described by the Greek authors as having been simultaneous with the conflagration of Phaethon. The floods of Deucalion and Ogyges brought overwhelming destruction to the mainland of Greece and to the islands around that caused changes in the geographical profile of the area. That of Deucalion was most devastating. Water covered the land and annihilated the population. According to legend, only two persons, Deucalion and his wife, remained alive. Sounds familiar? This last detail must not be taken more literally than similar statements found in descriptions of great catastrophes all around the world. For example, two daughters of Lot, who hid with him in a cave after the catastrophe of Sodom and Gomorrah, believed that they and their father were the only survivors in the land. Chronologists, among the fathers of the church, found material for assuming that one of the two catastrophes, the flood of Deucalion or that of Ogyges, had been contemporaneous with the Exodus. Julius Africanus wrote, "We affirm that Ogyges, from whom the first flood in Attica derived its name, and who was saved when many perished, lived at the time of the Exodus of the people from Egypt along with Moses." He further expressed his belief in the coincidence. I wonder why he would do that. What would inspire him to write that? And how would he know? He further expressed his belief in the coincidence of the catastrophe of Ogyges and the one that occurred in Egypt in the days of the Exodus, in the following words: "Passover and the Exodus of the Hebrews from Egypt took place, and also in Attica the flood of Ogyges. And that is according to reason. For when the Egyptians were being smitten in the anger of God with hail and storms, it was only to be expected that certain parts of the earth should suffer with them." Eusebius placed the flood of Deucalion and the conflagration of Phaethon in the 52nd year of Moses' life. Augustine also synchronized the flood of Deucalion with the time of Moses. He assumed that the flood of Ogyges took place earlier. The chronologist of the 7th century, Isidore, Bishop of Seville, dated the flood of Deucalion in the time of Moses. Chronologists of the 17th century likewise calculated that the flood of Deucalion took place in the time of Moses. Close to, but not simultaneous with the Exodus. It would seem to be more probable that if the catastrophes occurred one shortly after the other, the catastrophe of Ogyges took place after that of Deucalion, which practically destroyed the land, depopulated it, and erased every memory of what had happened up to that time. In the words of Plato, who quoted the Egyptian priest speaking to Solon, the catastrophes must have escaped the notice of the future generations, because as a result of the devastation, for many generations, the survivors died with no power to express themselves in writing. The memory of the catastrophe of Ogyges would have vanished in the catastrophe of Deucalion if Ogyges had preceded Deucalion. Apparently, the truth is with those who place the catastrophe of Deucalion in the days of Exodus. But those who reckoned that Ogyges was a contemporary of Moses were also correct, except that Moses did not live until the flood of Ogyges. It took place in the days of Joshua. In commemoration of the Deucalion flood, the people of Athens observed a feast in the month of Anthestion, which is a spring month. The feast was called Anthestria on the 13th of the month, the main day of the feast. Honey and flour were poured into a fissure in the earth as a sacrifice. The date of this ceremony, the 13th day of Anthestion in the spring, is revealing if we remember what was said in the section entitled 13. It was on the 13th day of the spring month of Eve that the great planetary contact occurred, which preceded by a few hours the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. Isn't that amazing? The offering of honey and flour as the main ceremony of the feast is also revealing if we recollect that manna, or heavenly corn, tasting like honey, fell on the earth after the contact of the earth with a celestial body. So first it drops honey and then it drops acid. To the province of the name Deucalion, scholars admit it is not known for the name of the person of Ogyges. We have some concrete information. Although Ogyges was a king, the Greek analyst who wrote of the flood of Ogyges as one of the outstanding events of the past of their country, at the same time did not know anything about a king of that name in Greece. Who was Ogyges? We can solve this problem. When the Israelites under Moses approached the border of Moab, I'm thinking he's a giant. Balaam and his blessings of Israel used these words: "His king shall be higher than Agag." Agag must have been the most important king of that time in the area around the eastern Mediterranean.
Grouch said, "I can hear you in the hall."
Were given the name Agag at some point. In my reconstruction of ancient history, I shall put forward proofs that the Amalekite king Agag I was identical with the Hyksos king, whose name the Egyptologists tentatively read Apop I, and who, a few decades after the invasion of Egypt by the Amu, Hyksos, laid the foundation of Thebes, the future capital of the new kingdom in Egypt. In conformity with this assertion, I can point to the fact that Greek tradition, which does not know of any activities of King Ogyges in Attica, occasionally places the domicile of Ogyges in Egyptian Thebes, and Acilius calls Thebes of Egypt the Ogygian Thebes, to differentiate it from the Greek Thebes in Boeotia. Ogyges is also credited with the founding of Thebes in Egypt.
Agag was a contemporary of the aging Moses. He was a ruler who in his time had no equal in the region bordering the eastern Mediterranean, a catastrophe in the time of Joshua, successor to Moses, was called by his Agag's name. The assertion of Sulentic, the author of Polyhistor, that the flood of Ogyges was followed by a night 9 months' duration does not necessarily signify a confusion with the darkness that ensued after the cataclysm of the Exodus. As the causes were similar results must have followed. The eruption of thousands of volcanoes would suffice to produce this darkness, of a shorter duration than which followed the cataclysm of the Exodus. Thus, the Greek traditions of the Ogyges, Deucalion, contain elements which, though interchanged, can be traced to two great upheavals in the middle of the second millennium before the present era.
Grouch said, "Yes, I will keep quiet. Sometimes Discord takes control, especially with phone, and I have to restart or sign out then into Discord."
Velikovsky's warning rings truer than ever. Just as Velikovsky says, are we not in a predicament? Chapter 8, a 52-year period. The works of Fernando de Alva, Ixtlilxochitl, Mexican scholar, circa 1658 to 1648, who was able to read old Mexican texts, preserve the ancient tradition according to which the multiple of 52-year periods played an important role in the recurrence of world catastrophes. He asserts also that only 52 years elapsed between two great catastrophes. As I have already pointed out, the Israelite tradition counts 40 years of wandering in the desert between the time when the Israelites left the desert and started the difficult task of the conquest and the time of the battle at Beth Horon. 12 years may well have passed. The conquest of Canaan took 14 years, and the entire duration of Joshua's leadership amounted to 28 years. Now there exists a remarkable fact. The natives of pre-Columbian Mexico expected a new catastrophe at the end of every period of 52 years, and congregated to await the event. When the night of this ceremony arrived, all the people were seized with fear and waited in anxiety for what might take place. They were afraid that it would be the end of the human race, and the darkness of the night may become permanent. The sun may not rise anymore. They watched for the appearance of the planet Venus. And when, on the feared day, no catastrophe occurred, the people of Maya rejoiced. They brought human sacrifices and offered the hearts of prisoners whose chests they opened with knives of flint. On that night, when the 52-year period ended, a new period of grace had been granted and a new Venus cycle started. The period of 52 years, regarded by the ancient Mexicans as the interval between two world catastrophes, was definitely related by them to the planet Venus. And this period of Venus was observed by both the Mayas and Aztecs. The old Mexican custom of sacrificing to the morning star survived in human sacrifices by the Skitty Pawnee of Nebraska. In years when the morning star appeared especially bright, or in years when there was a comet in the sky. What had Venus to do with the catastrophes that brought the world to the brink of destruction? Here is a question that will carry us very far indeed. Jubilee. I shall postpone only a little giving the answer to the question just posed. First, I should like to find an explanation for the institution of the Jubilee year of the Israelites. Every seventh year, according to the law, was a sabbatical year, during which the land had to be left fallow, and Jewish slaves set free.
Grouch said, don't you have to unmute your mic for YouTube so it doesn't hear you getting coffee on YouTube, but we can hear on Discord. No, get up and go in these young blokes who are too tired.
The date of the sale was but a lease, for whatever number of years remained until the Jubilee year. The year was proclaimed by the blowing of horns on the Day of Atonement. In the Day of Atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land, and ye shall hallow the 15th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. Ever since exegetes have labored over the biblical statement that the Jubilee year was to be observed every 50th year, the seventh sabbatical year.
Grouch said, got that.
And the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 40 and 9 years, and ye shall hallow the 50th year.
To leave the land fallow for 2 consecutive years was too great a demand and cannot be explained by the need of the soil under cultivation for rest. The festival of the Jubilee, with the return of the land to its original owners,
might talk, it won't come through YouTube,
bears the character of an atonement, and its proclamation on the Day of Atonement emphasizes this still further. Was there any special reason why fear returned every 50 years?
Yeah, probably
the Jubilee
later
of the Mayas must
one day we'll do a live show when it's
similar to that of the Jubilee of the Israelites.
All right.
The difference lies in the human character of the festival of the Jews and its inhuman
Let's get back to the video.
among the Mayas. But with both peoples, it was a year of atonement, repeating itself every 50th year in the one case and every 52nd year in the other. Comets do not return at exact periods because of perturbations caused by larger planets. The Mayas expected the return of a catastrophe every 52nd year, because that was the interval between 2 cataclysms that had taken place. It may be that the comet was actually seen again at such intervals. The Jews fasted and prepared themselves for the Day of Judgment on the earliest possible date of its return. The Mayas had their festival when the dreaded time had passed without harm. On the Day of Atonement, the Israelites used to send a scapegoat to Azazel in the desert. It was a ceremony of propitiation of Satan. In Egypt, the goat was an animal dedicated to Seth Typhon. Azazel was a fallen star or Lucifer. It was also called Azael, Azza, or Uzzah. According to the rabbinical legend, Uzzah was the star angel of Egypt. It was thrown into the Red Sea when the Israelites made their passage. The Arab name for the planet Venus is El Uzzah. Arabs used to bring human sacrifices to El Uzzah. Muhammad, too, in his early days, worshipped it, and even today the Arabs seek its help. On the day in which the Jubilee year was proclaimed, the Israelites dispatched a placating offer of a scapegoat to Lucifer. But what had Venus to do with the Jubilee and the Atonement? The birth of Venus. The planet turns and revolves on a quiet circular orbit around a greater body, the Sun. It makes contact with another body, a comet, that travels on a stretched-out ellipse. The planet slips from its axis, runs in disorder off its orbit, wanders rather erratically, and in the end is freed from the embrace of the comet. The body on the long ellipse experiences similar disturbances, drawn off its path. It glides to some new orbit. Its long train of gaseous substances and stones is torn away by the Sun, or by the planet, or runs away and revolves as a smaller comet along its own ellipse. A part of the tail is retained by the parent comet on its new orbit. Ancient Mexican records give the order of the occurrences. The Sun was attacked by Quetzalcoatl. After the disappearance of this serpent-shaped heavenly body, the Sun refused to shine, and during 4 days the world was deprived of its light. A great many people died at that time. Thereafter, the snake-like body transformed itself into the great star. The star retained the name of Quetzalcoatl. This great and brilliant star appeared for the first time in the East. Quetzalcoatl is the well-known name of planet Venus. Thus, we read that the Sun refused to show itself, and during 4 days the world was deprived of light. Then a great star appeared. It was given the name Quetzalcoatl, the sky. To show its anger, caused to perish a great number of people who died of famine and pestilence. The sequence of seasons and the duration of days and the nights became disarranged. It was then that the people of Mexico regulated anew the reckoning of days, nights, and hours, according to the difference in time. It is a remarkable thing, moreover, that time is measured from the moment of its morning star's appearance. Teles-Ancalpantecutli, or the morning star, appeared for the first time, following the convulsions of the earth overwhelmed by a deluge. It looked like a monstrous serpent. This serpent is adorned with feathers. That is why it is called Quetzalcoatl, Cucamatz, or Kukulkan, just as the world is about to emerge from the chaos of the great catastrophe. It is seen to appear. The feather arrangement of Quetzalcoatl represented flames of fire. Again, the old texts speak of the change that took place at the moment of the great catastrophe of the deluge, in the condition of many constellations, principal among them being precisely Teles-Ancalpantecutli, or star of Venus. The cataclysm accompanied by a prolonged darkness appears to have been that of the days of the Exodus, when a tempest of cinders darkened. The world disturbed in its rotation. Some of the references may allude to the subsequent catastrophe of the time of the conquest by Joshua, when the sun remained for more than a day in the sky of the old world. Since it was the same comet that on both occasions made contact with the Earth, and at each of the contacts the comet changed its own orbit. The relevant question is not on which occasion did the comet change its orbit, but first of all, which comet changed to a planet, or which planet was a comet in historical times. The transformation of the comet into a planet began on contact with the Earth in the middle of the second millennium before the present era, and was carried a step further, one Jubilee period later. After the dramatic events of the time of Exodus, the Earth was shrouded in dense clouds for decades. An observation of stars was not possible. After the second contact, Venus, the new and splendid member of the solar system family, was seen moving along its orbit. It was in the days of Joshua, a time designation meaningful to the reader of the sixth book of the scriptures, but for the ancients it was the time of Gog. I'm pretty sure that means giants. As I explained above, he was the king by whose name the cataclysm, the deluge of Ogyges, was known, and who, according to the Greek tradition, laid foundations of Thebes in Egypt. In The City of God by Augustine, it is written, from the book of Marcus Varro, entitled Of the Race of the Roman People, I cite word for word the following instance. There occurrence a remarkable celestial portent, star Venus, called Vesperagu by Palladius, and the lovely Hesperus by Homer. There occurred so strange a prodigy that it changed its color, size, form, course, which never happened before nor since. Adrastus of Cyzicus and Dion of Naples, famous mathematicians, said that this occurred in the reign of Ogyges. The fathers of the church considered Ogyges a contemporary of Moses. Agag, mentioned in the blessing of Balaam, was the king Ogyges. The upheaval that took place in the days of Joshua and Agag, the deluge that occurred in the days of Ogyges, the metamorphosis of Venus in the days of Ogyges, the star Venus which appeared in the sky of Mexico after a protracted night, and a great catastrophe. All these are related. Augustine went on to make a curious comment on the transformation of Venus. Certainly that phenomenon disturbed the canons of the astronomers, so as to take upon them to affirm this which happened to the morning star, Venus, never happened before nor since. But we read in the divine books that even the sun itself stood still when a holy man, Joshua the son of Nun, had begged this from God. Augustine had no inkling that Castor, as quoted by Varro, and the book of Joshua, as quoted in the book of Joshua, refer to the same occurrence. Are Hebrew sources silent on the birth of a new star in the days of Joshua? They are not. It is written on whatever it is they write it on in the Samaritan Chronicle that during the invasion of Palestine by the Israelites under Joshua, a new star was born in the east. A star arose out of the east, against which all magic is vain. Chinese chronicles record that a brilliant star appeared in the days of Yahoo. The blazing star. Plato, citing the Egyptian priest, said that the world's conflagration associated with Phaethon was caused by a shifting of bodies in the sky which move around the Earth. As we have seen reason to assume that it was the comet Venus that, after two contacts with the Earth, eventually became a planet. We shall do well to inquire, did Phaethon turn into the morning star? Phaethon, which means the blazing star, became the morning star. The earliest writer who refers to the transformation of Phaethon into a planet is Hesiod. This transformation is related by Hyginus in his Astronomy, where he tells how Phaethon, that caused the conflagration of the world, was struck by a thunderbolt of Jupiter. and was placed by the sun among the stars, planets. It was the general belief that Phaethon changed into the morning star. On the island of Crete, Atimnios was the name of the unlucky driver of the sun's chariot. He was worshipped as the evening star, which is the same as the morning star. The birth of the morning star, or transformation of a legendary person, Ishtar, Phaethon, Quetzalcoatl, into the morning star was widespread motif in the folklore of the Oriental and Occidental peoples. The Tahitian tradition of the birth of the morning star is narrated on the Society Island in the Pacific. The Mangian legend says that with the birth of a new star, the earth was battered by countless fragments. The Bharats, Kyrgyz, and Yukats of Siberia, and the Eskimos of North America also tell of the birth of the planet Venus. A blazing star disrupted the visible movement of the sun, caused a world conflagration, and became the morning-evening star. This may be found not only in the legends and traditions, but also in astronomical books of the ancient peoples of both hemispheres. The four-planet system. By asserting that the planet Venus was born in the first half of the second millennium, I assume also that the third millennium only 4 planets could have been seen, and that in astronomical charts of this early period the planet Venus cannot be found. In an ancient Hindu table of planets attributed to the year -3102, Venus, alone among the visible planets, is absent. The Brahmins of the early period did not know the 5-planet system, and only in later middle period did the Brahmins speak of 5 planets. Babylonian astronomy, too, had a 4-planet system. In ancient prayers, planets Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury are invoked. The planet Venus is missing, and one speaks of 4-planet system of the ancient astronomers of Babylonia. These 4-planet systems and the inability of the ancient Hindus and Babylonians to see Venus in the sky, even though it is more conspicuous than the other planets, are puzzling unless Venus was not among the planets. On a later date, the planet Venus receives the appellative, the great star that joins the great stars. The great stars are, of course, the 4 planets, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and Venus joins them as the 5th planet. Apollonius Rhodius refers to a time when not all the orbs were yet in the heavens. One of the planets is a comet. Democritus, circa -460 to circa -370, a contemporary of Plato and one of the great scholars of antiquity, is accused by the moderns of not having understood the planetary character of Venus. Plutarch quotes him as speaking of Venus as if it were not one of the planets. But apparently the author of the treatise on geometry, optics, and astronomy, no longer extant, knew more about Venus than his critics think. From quotations which have survived in other authors, we know that Democritus built a theory of the creation and destruction of worlds which sounds a lot like modern planetesimal theory, without its shortcomings. He wrote, "The worlds are unequally distributed in space. Here there are more, there fewer, some waxing, some are in their prime, some waning, coming into being in one part of the universe, ceasing in another part. The cause of their perishing is collision with one another." He knew that the planets are at unequal distances from us, and that there are more planets than we are able to discover with our eyes. Aristotle quoted the opinion of Democritus. Stars have been seen when comets dissolve. Among the early Greek scholars, Pythagoras, of the 6th century, is generally credited with having had access to some secret science. His pupils and their pupils, the so-called Pythagoreans, were cautious not to disclose their science to anyone who did not belong to their circle. Aristotle wrote of their interpretation of the nature of comets. Some of the Italians called Pythagoreans say that the comet is one of the planets, but it appears at great intervals of time and only rises a little above the horizon. This is the case with Mercury too. Because it only rises a little above the horizon, it often fails to be seen and consequently appears at great intervals of time. This is a confused presentation of a theory, but it is possible to trace the truth in the Pythagorean teaching, which was not understood by Aristotle. A comet is a planet which returns at long intervals. That's one way of looking at it, isn't it? Never looked at it that way. One of the planets which rises only a little above the horizon was still regarded by the Pythagoreans of the 4th century as a comet. With the knowledge obtained from other sources, it is easy to guess that by one of the planets is meant Venus. Only Mercury and Venus rise a little above the horizon. Aristotle disagreed with the Pythagorean scholars who considered one of the 5 planets to be a comet. These views involve impossibilities. You know, it's funny, Aristotle was like the ancient Einstein, the guy who was wrong and everybody has to follow. These views involve impossibilities. This is the case, first, with those who say the comet is one of the planets. More comets than one have often appeared simultaneously. As a matter of fact, no planet has been observed besides the 5. All of them are often visible above the horizon together at the same time. Further, comets are often found to appear as well when all planets are visible as when some are not. With these words, Aristotle, who did not learn the secrets of the Pythagoreans directly, tried to refute their teaching by arguing that all 5 planets are in their places when a comet appears. As if the Pythagoreans thought that all comets were one and the same planet leaving its usual path at certain times. But the Pythagoreans did not think that one planet represents all comets. According to Plutarch, they taught that each of the comets has its own orbit and period of revolution. Hence, the Pythagoreans apparently knew that the comet, which is one of the planets, is Venus. The comet Venus. During the centuries when Venus was a comet, it had a tail. The early traditions of peoples of Mexico written down in pre-Columbian days relate that Venus smoked, the star that smoked. La estrella que humeva was Citlacoloha, which the Spaniards call Venus. Now I ask, says Alexander Humboldt, what optical illusion could give Venus the appearance of a star throwing out smoke? Sahagan, the 16th century Spanish authority on Mexico, wrote that the Mexicans called a comet a star that smoked. It may thus be concluded that since the Mexicans called Venus a star that smoked, they considered it a comet. It is also said in the Vedas that the star Venus looks like fire with smoke. Apparently the star had a tail, dark in the daytime and luminous at night. In very concrete form, this luminous tail, which Venus had in earlier centuries, is mentioned in the Talmud, in the tractate Shabbat. Fire is hanging down from the planet Venus. This phenomenon was described by the Chaldeans. The planet Venus was said to have a beard. This technical expression, beard, is used in modern astronomy in the description of comets. These parallels
and observations made in the valley of the Ganges, on the shores of the Euphrates, and on the coast of the Mexican Gulf prove their objectivity. The question must then be put, not in the form, what was the illusion of the ancient Toltecs and Mayas, but what was the phenomenon and what was its cause? A train large enough to be visible from Earth and giving the impression of smoke and fire, hung from the planet Venus. Venus, with its glowing train, was a very brilliant body. It is therefore not strange that the Chaldeans described it as a bright torch of heaven, also as a diamond that illuminates like the sun, and compared its light with the light of the rising sun. You know, it's still luminous, even to this day, when you look at it through a telescope. At present, the light of Venus is less than 1/1,000,000th of the light of the sun, a stupendous prodigy in the sky. The Chaldeans called it. The Hebrews similarly described the planet. The brilliant light of Venus blazes from one end of the cosmos to the other end. The Chinese astronomical text from Su Chao refers to the past when Venus was visible in full daylight and, while moving across the sky, rivaled the sun in brightness. As late as the 7th century, the Sur Banipal wrote that Venus, Ishtar, who is clothed with fire and bears aloft a crown of awful splendor. The Egyptians, under Sedithus, described Venus, Sekhmet, a circling star which scatters its flame in fire, a flame of fire in her tempest, possessing a tail and moving on a not yet circular orbit. Venus was more of a comet than a planet, and was called a smoking star, or a comet by the Mexicans. They also called it by the name Tizan Makui, or the Mane. The Arabs called Ishtar Venus by the name Zabaj, or one with hair, as did the Babylonians.
Sometimes there are hairs attached to the planets, wrote Pliny. An old description of Venus must have served as a basis for his assertion. But hair, or coma, is a characteristic of comets. And in fact, comet is derived from the Greek word for hair. The Peruvian name, Chaska, wavy-haired, is still the name for Venus. Though at present the morning star is definitely a planet and has no tail attached to it. But that is not so. NASA discovered stringy things, reaching all the way to the tip of Earth's atmosphere. So it does still tickle Earth and possess a tail. The coma of Venus changed its form with the position of the planet. When the planet Venus approaches the Earth now, it is only partly illuminated, a portion of the disk being in shadow. It's really weird when you look at it through a telescope. It's weird. Being in shadow, it has phases like the moon. At this time, being closer to the Earth, it is most brilliant. When Venus had a coma, the horns of its crescent must have been extended by an illuminated portion of the coma. It thus had two long appendages and looked like a bull's head. Sanchoniathon says that Astarte, Venus, had a bull's head. The planet was even called Ashtaroth Carneum, or Astarte of the Horns, a name given to a city in Canaan in honor of this deity. The golden calf worshipped by Aaron and the people at the foot of Sinai was the image of a star. Rabbinical authorities say that the devotion of Israel to this worship on the bull is in part explained by the circumstance that while passing through the Red Sea, they beheld the celestial throne. And most distinctly of the four creatures about the throne, they saw the ox. The likeness of a calf was placed by Jeroboam in Dan, the great temple of the northern kingdom, Tristria of the Zendavesta, the star that attacks the planets. The bright and glorious Tistria mingles his shape with light moving in the shape of a golden horned bull. The Egyptians similarly pictured the planet and worshipped it in the effigy of a bull. The cult of a bull sprang up also in Mycenaean Greece. A golden cow head with a star on its brow was found in Mycenae on the Greek mainland. The people of a faraway Samoa, primitive tribes that depend on oral tradition as they have no art of writing, repeat to this day. The planet Venus became wild and horns grew out of her head. Examples and references could be multiplied ad libitum. The astronomical texts of the Babylonians describe the horns of the planet Venus. Sometimes one of the two horns became more prominent. Because astronomical works of antiquity have so much to say about the horns of Venus, modern scholars have asked themselves whether the Babylonians could have seen the phases of Venus, which cannot now be distinguished with the naked eye. Galileo saw them for the first time in modern history, and he used his telescope. The long horns of Venus could have been seen without the aid of a telescopic lens. The horns were illuminated portions of the coma of Venus, which stretched out toward the Earth. These horns could also have extended toward the Sun as Venus approached the solar orb. Since comets were repeatedly observed with projections in the direction of the Sun, while the tails of the comets are regularly directed away from the Sun, when Venus approached close to one of the planets, its horns grew longer. This is a phenomenon the astrologers of Babylon observed and described when Venus neared Mars. When the tails of the comets are regularly directed away from the Sun, when Venus approached close to one of the planets, its horns grew longer. This is the phenomenon the astrologers of Babylon observed and described when Venus neared Mars. That was my favorite chapter so far. That was a good one. I enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed it too. Thanks for listening. Take care.
Yeah.
Conspicuous part in the early mythology of the celestial gods. But in the 9th or 8th century before this era, the situation changed radically. Mars became the dreaded planet. Accordingly, Mars Nergal rose to the position of the frightful storm and war god. The question must then present itself. Why, previous to the time, did Mars signify no danger to the Earth? And what caused Mars to shift its orbit nearer to the Earth? The planets of the solar system move in nearly the same plane. And if one planet were to revolve along a stretched ellipse, it would endanger the other planets. The two problems, what caused Venus to change its orbit, and what caused Mars to change its orbit, may have a common explanation. The common cause may have been some comet which changed the orbits of Venus and Mars, but it is simpler to suppose that the two planets, one of which had a greatly elongated orbit, collided, and that no third agent was necessary to bring about that result. A conflict between Venus and Mars, if it occurred, might well have been a spectacle observable from the Earth. It is not impossible that the two planets came repeatedly into contact, each time with different results. If a contact between Venus and Mars really occurred and was observed from the Earth, it must have been commemorated in traditions or literary monuments. When was the Iliad created? A mighty strife had waxen great within the members of the sphere. Empedocles. I wonder if that's where we get the word impede from. To this day, it has not been established at what date the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed. Even ancient authors differed greatly in reckoning the time when Homer lived. It was established to be as late as 685 BC. The historian Theopompus, and as early as 1159 BC, certain authorities quoted by Philostratus. Herodotus wrote that Homer and Hesiod created the Greek pantheon not more than 400 years before me, which would mean not prior to 884 BC, or 484 BC, being regarded as the year of Herodotus' birth. The question is still debated. Some authors argue that there was a long interval between the time when the epic works of Homer were composed and the time when they were put into writing. Others think that these works must have been created not long before the Greeks acquired the art of writing, about 700 BC. It is also argued that the Greeks must have known this art long before 700 BC, on the assumption that Homeric works were created much before that date. It is generally assumed that the fall of Troy antedated Homer by several generations, and also the great epic works were the creation of generations. The fall of Troy is sometimes thought to have taken place in the 12th century. On the other hand, it has been shown that the cultural background of the Homeric epos is that of the 8th or even the 7th century. The Age of Iron was well underway, and many other details would preclude an earlier scene. It is highly probable that the Homeric works were created at that time or shortly thereafter. Whether these poems were first sung by a bard who lived centuries after the destruction of Troy depends on the time when Troy was destroyed. The tradition about Aeneas, who, saved when Troy was captured, went to Carthage, a city built in the 9th century, and from there to Italy, where he founded Rome, a city first built in the middle of the 8th century. Implies that Troy was destroyed in the 8th or late 9th century. But for what purpose do I burden my present work with this question? It may seem that the two problems, how Venus changed its orbit to a circle and how Mars changed its orbit so as to come in contact with the Earth, are weighted with a third problem from a far-removed field and in itself complicated. And even if these matters have something in common, how can a problem with three unknowns be solved? We shall come closer to a solution of the astronomical problem with which we are concerned, and the problem of the epochs of Troy, if we recognize the cosmic scene of these epochs. A simple test can be made. If Ares, the Mars of the Greeks, is not mentioned in the creations of Homer, this would support the view that the Iliad and Odyssey were created in the 10th century or earlier, or at least that the drama they describe had taken place not later than this time. But if Ares is presented 8th or 7th century, would not be silent about Mars, Ares, who became outrageous at that time. With this yardstick at hand, the epic poems of Homer must be re-examined. The task will not be difficult. The Iliad is full of descriptions of the violent deeds of Ares. And in this epic, the story is told of the battles which the Greeks, besieging Troy, waged against the people of Priam, king of Troy. Deities took a prominent part in these battles and skirmishes. Two of them, Athene and Ares, were by far the most active. Athene was the protectress.
And that would be when you updated you.
Ares
it probably
was on the side of the Trojans. They were the chief antagonists throughout the epoch.
You know, you got the driver that runs the program.
At first,
that runs
Athene removed Ares from the battlefield.
Dropped that.
And flashing-eyed Athene took furious Ares by the hand and spake to him, saying,
Ares, Ares, thou bane of mortals, thou blood-stained stormer of walls, shall we not now leave the Trojans and Achaeans to fight?
She led furious Ares forth from the battle, but they met together again in the field. Furious Ares was abiding on the left of the battle. Aphrodite, the goddess of the moon, wished to participate in the war also, but Zeus, presiding in heavenly Olympus, told her, Not unto thee, my child, are given works of war. Nay, follow thou after the lovely works of marriage. And all these things shall be the business of swift Ares and Athene.
Do you have Discord on your phone, Greg?
Athene, I'm going to find out. Thus the god
Do you have Discord on your phone?
admonished the goddess of the moon to leave the combat,
right,
that it
okay.
might be fought out by the god of the planet
Discord.
Mars and the goddess
Because if you have Discord on your phone,
Phoebus, Apollo,
you could run
the god of the sun,
through your phone,
spoke to
and
the
it would
god
go
of the
through
planet
YouTube.
Mars.
You just have the delay.
Then
that we
unto
normally
furious Ares spake Phoebus, Apollo, Ares, Ares, thou blood-stained stormer of walls, wilt thou not now enter into the battle? And baneful Ares entered amid the Trojans' ranks. He called, How long will ye still suffer your host to be slain by the Achaeans? The battlefield was darkened by Ares, and about the battle furious Ares drew a veil of night to aid the Trojans. He saw that Pallas, Athene, was departed, for she, it was that bare aid to the Danaans. Hera, the goddess of the earth, stepped upon the flaming car, and self-bidden groaned upon their hinges. The gates of heaven, which the hours had in their keeping, to whom are entrusted great heavens and Olympus. She spoke to Zeus.
Zeus, hast thou no indignation with Ares for these violent deeds, that he hath destroyed so great and so goodly a host of the Achaeans recklessly? Wilt thou in any wise be wroth with me if I smite Ares?
And Zeus replied, Nay, come now, rouse against him, Athene, who has ever been wont above others to bring sore pain upon him. So came the hour of battle. Then Pallas, Athene grasped the lash and the reins, and against Ares, first
she speedily drave. Athene put on the cap of Hades, to the end that mighty Ares should not see her. Ares, the bane of mortals, was attacked by Poly's Athene, who sped the spear mightily against his nethermost belly. Then brazen Ares bellowed loud as 9,000 warriors or 10,000 cry in battle when they join in the strife of the war god. Even as a black darkness appeareth from the clouds, when after heat a blustering wind ariseth, even in such wise did brazen Ares appear, as he fared amid the clouds unto broad heaven. In heaven he appealed to Zeus with bitter words of complaint against Athene. With thee are we all at strife, for thou art father to that mad and baneful maid, whose mind is ever set on deeds of lawlessness. For all the other gods that are in Olympus are obedient unto thee, but to her thou payest no heed, for that this pestilent maiden is thine own child. And Zeus answered, most hateful to me art thou of all gods that hold Olympus. Forever is strife dear to thee, and wars and fightings. The first round was lost by Ares. Hera and Athene made Ares, the bane of mortals, to cease from his manslaying. In his vein the poem proceeds, its allegorical features being only too readily overlooked. In the 5th book of the Iliad, Ares is called by name more than 30 times, and throughout the poem he never disappears from the scene, whether in the sky or on the battleground. The 20th and 21st books describe the climax of the Battle of the Gods at the walls of Troy. Athene would utter her loud cry, and over against her spouted Ares, dread as a dark whirlwind, calling with shrill tones to the Trojans. Thus did the blessed gods urge onto the two hosts to clash in battle, and amid them made grievous strife to burst forth. Then terribly thundered the Father of gods, and men from on high, and from beneath did Poseidon cause the vast earth to quake, and the steep crests of the mountains. All the roots of many fountained Ida were shaken, and all her peaks, and the city of the Trojans, and the ships of the Achaeans, and seized with fear in the world below was Aeneas, lord of the shades, lest above him the earth be cloven by Poseidon, the shaker of earth, and his abode be made plain to view for mortals and immortals. So great was the din that arose when the gods clashed in strife. In this battle of gods above and beneath, Trojans and Achaeans clashed. Together the whole universe roared and shivered. The battle was fought in gloom. Hera spread a thick mist. The river rushed with surging flood and roused all his streams tumultuously. Even the ocean was inspired with fear of the lightning of great Zeus and his dread thunder, when so it crasheth from heaven. Then rushed into battle a wondrous blazing fire. First on the plain was the fire kindled and burned the dead, and all the plain was parched. Then to the river turned the gleaming flame. Tormented were the eels and the fish in the eddies, and in fair streams they plunged this way and that. The fair streams seethed and boiled, nor had the river any mind to flow onward, but was stayed, unable to protect Troy. Upon the gods fell strife heavy and grievous. Together then they clashed with a mighty din, and the wide earth rang, and round about great heaven pealed as with a trumpet. Zeus, the heart within him, laughed aloud in joy as he beheld the gods joining in strife. Ares began the fray, and first leapt upon Athene, brazen spear in hand, and spake a word of reviling. These passages sound like they were written by Shakespeare or Francis Bacon. Wherefore now again, thou dogfly, art thou making gods to clash with gods in strife? Rememberest thou not what time thyself in sight of all didst grasp the spear, and let drive straight at me, and didst rend my fair flesh? This second encounter between Ares and Athene was also lost by Ares. He, Ares, smote upon her tasseled aegis, Thereon, blood-stained Ares smote with his long spear, but she gave ground and seized with her stout hand a stone that lay upon the plain, black and jagged and great. Therewith she smote furious Ares on the neck and loosened his limbs. Pallas Athene broke into a laugh. Fool, not even yet hast thou learned how much mightier than thou I avow me to be, and that thou matchest thy strength with mine. Aphrodite came to the wounded Ares. So Aphrodite is the moon, took him by the hand and sought to lead him away. But Athene sped in pursuit. She smote Aphrodite on the breast with her stout hand, and her heart melted. And her heart melted? Sounds like it would be the seas of the moon. These excerpts from the Iliad show that some cosmic drama was projected upon the fields of Troy. The commenters were aware that originally Ares was not merely the god of war, and that this quality is a deduced and secondary one. The Greek Ares is the Latin planet Mars. It is so stated in classic literature a multitude of times. In the so-called Homeric poems, too, it is said that Ares is a planet. The Homeric hymn to Ares reads, Most mighty Ares, chieftain of valor, revolving thy fiery circle in ether among the 7 wandering stars, planets, where thy flaming steeds ever uplift thee above the 3rd chariot. But what might it mean that the planet Mars destroys cities, or that the planet Mars is ascending in the sky in a darkened cloud, or that it engages Athene, the planet Venus, in battle? Ares must have represented some elements in nature. Guess the commentators. Ares must have been the personification of the raging storm, or the god of the sky, or the god of light, or a sun god, and so on. These explanations are futile. Ares Mars is what his name says, the planet Mars. I find in Lucian a statement which corroborates my interpretation of the cosmic drama in the Iliad. This author of the 2nd century of the present era writes in his book on astrology this most significant and most neglected commentary on the Homeric epics. All that he, Homer, hath said of Venus and Mars, and of Mars, his passion, is also manifestly composed from no other source than this science, astrology. Indeed, it is the conjecture of Venus and Mars that creates the poetry of Homer. Lucian is unaware that Athene is the goddess of the planet Venus, and yet he knows the real meaning of the cosmic plot of the Homeric epic, which shows that the sources of his instruction in astrology were cognizant of the facts of the celestial drama. My interpretation of the Homeric poem, I find, has been anticipated by still others. Who they were, it is impossible to say. However, Heraclitus, a little-known author of the 1st century, who should not be confused with the philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus, wrote a work on Homeric allegories. In his opinion, Homer and Plato were the 2 greatest spirits of Greece, and he tried to reconcile the anthropomorphic and satiric description of gods by Homer with the idealistic and metaphysical approach of Plato. In paragraph 53 of his allegories, Heraclitus confutes those who think that the battles of the gods in the Iliad signify collisions of the planets. Thus I find that some of the ancient philosophers must have held the same opinion at which I arrived independently after a series of deductions. The problem of the date when the Homeric epics originated was raised here, to be solved with the help of this criterion. If the cosmic battle between the planets Venus and Mars is mentioned there, then the epics could not have originated much before the year 800 BC. If the Earth and the Moon were involved in this struggle, the time of the birth of the Iliad must be lowered to 747 BC at least, and probably to an even later date. The first earth-shaking contact with our planet had already taken place, and for this reason Ares is repeatedly called Bane of Mortals, blood-stained stormer of walls. Homer was thus, at the earliest, a contemporary of the prophets, Amos and Isaiah, or more likely he lived shortly after them. The Trojan War and the cosmic conflict were synchronous. The time of Homer was not separated from the time of the Trojan War by several centuries, possibly not even by a single one. The statement by Lucian regarding the inspiring drama of the Homeric epics, the conjunction of the planets Venus and Mars, can be refined. There was more than one fateful conjunction between Venus and Mars. At least two are described in the Iliad. In the 5th and 21st books, the conjunctions were near contacts. The mere passage of one planet in front of another could not have provided material for a cosmic drama right now. End of subchapter. Stay tuned. Huitzilopochtli. The Greeks chose Athena, the goddess of the planet Venus, as their patron, but the people of Troy looked to Ares Mars as their protector. A similar situation existed in ancient Mexico. Quetzalcoatl, known as the planet Venus, was the patron of the Toltecs, but the Aztecs, who later came to Mexico and supplanted the Toltecs, revered Huitzilopochtli as their protector god. Sahagan says that Huitzilopochtli was a great destroyer of towns and killer of people. The epithet blood-stained stormer of walls is familiar to us from the Iliad, where it is regularly applied to Mars. In warfare, he, Huitzilopochtli, was like live fire, greatly feared by his enemies, writes Sahagan. In his large work on the Indians of America, H.H. Bancroft writes, Huitzilopochtli had, like Mars and Odin, the spear or a bow in his right hand, and in the left, sometimes a bundle of arrows, sometimes a round white shield. On these weapons depended the welfare of the state, just as was on the ensign of the Roman Mars, which had fallen from the sky, or on the palladium of the warlike Pallas Athena. By names also points out Huitzilopochtli as war god, so he is called the terrible god Quetzalcoatl, or the raging Quetzalcoatl. Bancroft proceeds. One might be led to compare the capital of the Aztecs with ancient Rome on account of its warlike spirit, and therefore it was right to make the national god of Aztecs a war god, like the Roman Mars. But Huitzilopochtli was not like Mars. He was Mars. The identity of their appearance, character, and action is dictated by the fact that Mars and Huitzilopochtli were one and the same planet god. The conflict between Venus and Mars was also symbolized in religious ceremonies of the ancient Mexicans. In one of these ceremonies, the priest of Quetzalcoatl shot an arrow into an effigy of Huitzilopochtli, which penetrated the god, who was then considered dead. This appears to have been a symbolic repetition of the electrical discharge that Venus ejected towards Mars. There it is. But the Aztecs would not concede the death of Mars, the bellicose destroyer of towns, the god of sword and pestilence, and carried on their wars against the Toltecs, the people who looked to the planet Venus. These wars between the Toltecs and the Aztecs must have taken place earlier than is generally supposed. They might have occurred before the present era, when there was rivalry between the peoples devoted to Venus and those devoted to Mars, and when the memory of the cosmic conflict was still vivid. Tao. What is it that we call the Tao? There is the Tao, or way of heaven, and there is the Tao, or way of man. Guangxi, the planets of the solar system, were disturbed by the contacts of Venus, Mars, and the Earth. We have already referred to the annals of the bamboo books, where it is written that in the 10th year of the Emperor Kui, the 18th monarch since Yahoo, the 5 planets went out of their courses. In the night, stars fell like rain. The earth shook. The disturbances in the family of planets were caused by collisions between Venus and Mars. The battles of 2 stars, appearing as bright as suns, and mentioned in another Chinese chronicle as having occurred in the days of the same Emperor Kui Ki. At this time, the 2 suns were seen to battle in the sky. The 5 planets were agitated by unusual movements. Mount Tasshan fell down. The 2 battling stars are recognized by us as Venus and Mars. In the language of the Eratosthenes, the Alexandrian librarian of the 3rd century before this era, in the 3rd place is the star Stella of Mars. It was pursued by the star Sidus, Venus. Then Venus took hold of him and inflamed him with an ardent passion. In an astronomical chart dating from the Middle Ages, 1193, used in education of emperors and known as the Su-Chao astronomical chart, it is asserted on the authority of the ancients that it happened that planets went off their courses. It is said that once Venus ran far off the zodiac and attacked the Wolf Star. A change in the course of the planets is regarded as a sign of heavenly wrath, since it occurred when the emperor or his ministers sinned. In the old Chinese cosmology, Earth is represented as a body suspended in air, moving eastward, and thus was understood as one of the planets. The following passage from the Taoist text of Win to Z contains a description of calamities which, as we have found, belong together. When the sky, hostile to living beings, wishes to destroy them, it burns them. The sun and the moon lose their form and are eclipsed. The 5 planets leave their paths. The 4 seasons encroach one upon another. Daylight is obscured. Glowing mountains collapse. Rivers are dried up. It thunders. Then in the winter, hoarfrost falls in the summer. The atmosphere is thick, and human beings are choked. The state perishes. The aspect and the order of the sky are altered. The customs of the age are disturbed, thrown into disorder. All living beings harass one another. Honan Tis, a Taoist author of the 3rd century of this era, speaks of the sun and the earth leaving their paths. He transmits the tradition that if the 5 planets err on their routes, the state and the provinces are overcome by flood. Taoism is the dominant religion of China. The term Tao originally meant the revolution of the way of the heavens about the earth. This movement of the heavens was regarded as the cause of the phenomenon on earth. Then Tao was located about the celestial pole, which was considered to be at the seat of power. Because all revolves about it in the course of time, Tao was viewed as the universal cosmic energy behind the visible order of nature. Yuda. In an old textbook on Hindu astronomy, Surya Siddhanta, there is a chapter of planetary conjunctions. Modern astronomy knows only one kind of conjunction between planets. When one planet, or sun, stands between Earth and another planet, differentiated only as superior and inferior conjunction and opposition. But ancient Hindu astronomy distinguished between many different conjunctions, translated as follows: Samyoga conjunction, Samaga coming together, Yoga junction, Malaka uniting, Yudi union, Yuda encounter in the meaning of conflict, fight. The first paragraph of this chapter of planetary conjunctions, the Surya Siddhanta, tells us that between planets there occur encounters in battle, Yuda, and simple conjunction, Samyoga, Samagama. The force of the planets, which manifests itself in conjunction, is called Bala. A planet can be vanquished, Jita. A Pavsya encounter, struck down, Vendhavasta. Utterly vanquished, Vijita. A powerful planet is called Balin. And the victor planet in an encounter, Jayant, Venus, is generally victor. To the last sentence, the translator of the Surya Siddhanta wrote, in this passage, we quit the proper domain of astronomy and trench upon that of astrology. Aside from the introductory lines in which the work is presented as a revelation of the sun, a common introduction in many astronomical works of the Hindus, it is written in very sober terms. It makes use of the square roots and geometrical figures and speaks in algebraic terms. Every sentence of the work is in scientific language, very precious indeed. This manual of the Surya contains also the correct notion of the Earth as a sphere or globe in the ether, showing that the Hindus of early times knew that the Earth is one of the planets, though they thought it to be situated in the center of the universe. Arya Bhata held the opinion that the Earth revolves on its axis, like the author of the Book of Job, who wrote that the Earth hangs upon nothing, 26:7. The Surya knew that above and beneath are only relative, and everywhere upon the globe of the Earth men think their own place to be uppermost. But since it is a globe in the ether, Where should there be an upper or where an underside of it? The strange chapter of Surya Siddhanta, dealing with the conjunctions of planets and with their conflicts when in close proximity, made modern scholars think that this portion did not have the scientific value of the rest of the work, and was a product of astrological invention, or even an interpolation. We know now that this chapter has equal scientific value with other chapters of the work, and that encounters between planets actually took place a number of times in the solar system. In Hindu astronomy, a junction of the planets is called yoga, or yuga. Very revealing is the fact that the world ages are also called yogas. Planetary conjunctions, or more precisely, junctions. Bandahus, Theomashi, the Battle of the Gods, described in the Homeric works in the Edda, and Uchipalochi Epos, is related in the Indian Iranian text of the Bahadis. The planets ran against the sky and created confusion in the entire cosmos. In the long battle of the celestial bodies, one of them made the world entirely dark, disfigured creation, and filled it with vermin. This act of the cosmic drama was recognized by us as the first contact of the Earth with the comet Typhon, the same as Pallas Athene. Other acts of the drama followed. The planetary disturbances lasted for a long time. The celestial sphere was in revolution. The planets with many demons dashed against the celestial sphere and mixed the constellations, and the whole creation was as disfigured as thought fire disfigured every place and smoke arose over it. The planet named Gakahar, or wolf progeny, and special disturber of the moon, and a celestial body called Mivish Muspar, provided with tails or a comet, brought confusion to the sun, moon, and stars. But in the end, the sun was attached to Muspar, to its own radiance by mutual agreement, so that he may be less able to do harm. In this description of the battle of the planets, we recognize the wolf progeny and disturber of the moon, the planet Gokahar, as Mars. Muspar, with tails, apparently is Venus, called also Tistria, or the leader of the stars against the planets. As the final result of these battles, the sun made Venus into an evening-morning star, or put Lucifer lower down so that it could do no harm. In the Bahidas, the conflicting forces are called not gods, but merely planets. Lucifer cut down. It can be said that the planet Mars saved the terrestrial globe from a major catastrophe by colliding with Venus. Since the days of the Exodus and Joshua, Venus was dreaded by the peoples of the earth. For about 700 years, this terror hung over mankind like the sword of Damocles. Human sacrifices were made to Venus in both hemispheres in order to propitiate her. After centuries of terror, one sword of Damocles was removed from above the heads of mankind, only to be replaced by another. Mars became the dread of the peoples, and its return was feared every 15 years. Before this, Mars had absorbed the blow, even the repeated blows of Venus, and had saved the Earth. Venus, which collided with the Earth in the 15th century before the present era, collided with Mars in the 8th century. At that time, Venus was moving at a lower elliptical velocity than when it first encountered the Earth. But Mars, being only about 1/8 the mass of Venus, was no match for her. It was therefore a notable achievement that Mars, though thrown out of the ring, nevertheless was instrumental in bringing Venus from an elliptical to a nearly circular orbit. Looked at from Earth, Venus was removed from a path that ran high to the zenith and over the zenith to its present path, in which it never retreats from the sun more than 48 degrees, thus becoming a morning or an evening star that precedes the rising sun or follows the setting sun. The awe of the world for many centuries, Venus became a tame planet. Isaiah, referring figuratively to the king of Babylon who destroyed cities and made the land into a wilderness, uttered his remarkable words about Lucifer that fell from heaven and was cut down to the ground. The commentators recognize that behind these words, applied to the king of Babylon, must have been some legend about the morning star. The metaphor regarding the king of Babylon implied that his fate and the fate of the morning star were not dissimilar. Both of them fell from on high. But what could it mean that the morning star fell from the heights, asked the commentators. Significant are the words of Isaiah about the morning star, that it weakened the nations. Before it was cut down to the ground, it weakened the nations in 2 collisions with the earth, and it weakened the nations by keeping them in constant fear for centuries. The book of Isaiah, in every chapter, provides abundant evidence that with the removal of Venus, so that it no longer crossed the orbit of the earth, danger was not eliminated, but became even more threatening. I would like to take this time to give some very special recognition to some very special folks who, without your kindness for the month of January and February, I couldn't have done it. You guys make me go. I'm so grateful to you. Gene Metz, Jesse Lang, Cecily Wells, Bass Motor, Meredith Whittle, Green Zone Institute, Andrew Parkinson. Thank you, folks. You are the best. And last but never least, the Grade 8, my patrons. Welcome new user, Keith J. Welcome, Keith. Thank you for joining. You are the first new patron I've had in months. The Dark Age enveloped Greece. It enveloped Troy, too, for the site is barren of deposits which might be referred to the period 1100 to 700 BC. Not one shred of photogeometric pottery is known to have been found at Troy, not by Schliemann or by Dorpfield or by Blegen himself. We are now in effect asking what happened at Troy during the Dark Ages in Greece, from the beginning of the 11th to the end of the 8th century BC. And this is the answer which we must accept, that there is nothing at Troy to fill the huge lacuna. For 2,000 years, men had left traces of their living there. Some chapters in the story were brief and obscure, but there was never a chapter left wholly blank. Now at least there is silence, profound and prolonged for 400 years. This observation of Denny's Page, professor of Greek at the University of Cambridge, is in the nature of amazement. Out of a mound covering a ruined place, an archaeologist expects to extract stray objects that accumulated there in the space of centuries. In Troy there is silence, profound and prolonged, as if time itself had stopped. But the same author stresses that the Iliad preserves facts about the Trojans, which could not have been known to anybody after the fall of Troy. 7a. Thus, not only did Homer know of the kingdom and people of Mycene that were buried for centuries of the Dark Ages, but he knew also the kingdom and people of Troy who, too, were dead, buried, and forgotten in the darkness of the Dark Ages. The site of Troy is occupied late in the 7th century. But from the fall of Troy, now put by the archaeologists circa 1260 BC, until Homer's time, there was nothing on the surface of the mound that could disclose to the poet the many intricate details which he webbed into his epics. It is realized that Homer knew the scene of the Aegean coast of Asia Minor of the 8th and 7th centuries. Therefore, it was argued he could not have lived in the days of the Trojan War, or shortly thereafter. In the 12th century, a poet, having composed the poems in the 12th century, would not be able to introduce them into innumerable references to the Iron Age in Greece and the post-Phrygian Age in Asia Minor of the 7th century. Was the site of Troy alone in Asia Minor an archaeological void? For 500 years following that city's destruction at the end of the Mycene Age. Radiometric observations at the Mount Wilson and Flagstaff observatories in 1922 have shown that a considerable amount of heat is emitted by the dark part of the disk of the planet Venus. Venus, being nearer to the Sun than the Earth, turns in succession its illuminated and shaded parts toward the Earth. It shows phases like the Moon. The temperature of the day and night sides
of Venus was measured by a radiometric method,
and it was found that there is nearly uniform temperature over the planet's surface, both on the illuminated and dark hemisphere. This sentence of E. Pettit and S. P. Nicholson is a terse statement of what is perhaps the most valuable single discovery ever made with respect to the planet Venus. Similar results were also obtained independently and almost simultaneously by a second pair of researchers. What explanation can be given for the phenomenon of the nearly uniform temperature of the day and night hemispheres of Venus? The conclusion drawn was this: the daily rotation of the planet Venus is very rapid, and during the short night the temperature cannot fall to any considerable extent. But this conclusion stands in complete contradiction to what was believed to be the established fact of the non-rotation of Venus with respect to the Sun, or of a rotation in relation to the fixed stars in a period equal to the time of one revolution on its
planetary orbit for 225 terrestrial days.
Due to the cover of clouds over Venus, it is impossible to have a direct impression as to whether Venus has a day-night rotation or not. The spectrographic data suggests that the planet revolves always with the same side to the Sun, just as the Moon revolves always the same side to the Earth, or that, at most, it rotates very slowly. In any case, a short period of rotation is excluded by the stereographic data.
If the period of rotation of Venus is 225 days, as many observers have been led to believe, it was difficult to see how the high temperature of the rotating layer of the night side can be maintained. Compromise does not satisfy either side, neither the radiometric data, which suggests a short period of rotation, nor the precise spectrographic data, which indicate a long period of rotation, may be ignored, if they will undoubtedly furnish material for discussion and debate for many years.
In reality, there is no
conflict between the two methods of physical observation. The night side of Venus radiates heat because Venus is hot. The reflecting, absorbing, insulating, and conducting properties of the cloud layer of Venus modify the heating effect of the sun upon the body planet. But at the bottom of the problem lies this fact. Venus gives off heat. Venus experienced in quick succession its birth and expulsion under violent conditions, and existence as a comet on an ellipse which approached the sun closely. Two encounters with the Earth, accompanied by discharges of potentials between these two bodies, and with a thermal effect caused by conversion of momentum into heat. A number of contacts with Mars, and probably also with Jupiter, since all this happened between the 3rd and 1st millennia before the present era. The core of the planet Venus must still be hot. Moreover, if there is oxygen present on Venus, petroleum fires must be burning there. These conclusions are drawn from the history of Venus, established by this research.
A collective amnesia. At any rate, they seem to have been strangely forgetful of the catastrophe. Plato, Laws 3. It is an established fact in the learning about the human mind that the most terrifying events of childhood, in some cases even in manhood, are often forgotten, their memory blotted out from consciousness and displaced into the unconscious strata of the mind, where they continue to live and to express themselves in bizarre forms of fear. Occasionally, they may be converted into symptoms of compulsion neurosis and even contribute to the splitting of the personality. One of the most terrifying events in the past of mankind was the conflagration of the world, accompanied by awful apparitions in the sky, quaking of the earth, vomiting of lava by thousands of volcanoes, melting of the ground, boiling of the sea, submersion of the continents, a primeval chaos bombarded by flying hot stones, the roaring of the cleft earth. And the loud hissing of tornadoes of cinders. There occurred more than one world conflagration. The most horrible one was in the days of the Exodus. In hundreds of passages in their Bible, the Hebrews described what happened. Returning from the Babylonian exile in the 6th and 5th centuries before this era, the Hebrews did not cease to learn and repeat the traditions, but they lost sight of the fearful reality of what they learned. Apparently, post-exile generations looked upon all these descriptions as the poetical utterances of religious literature. The Talmudists in the beginning of this era disputed whether a deluge of fire prophesied in old traditions would take place or not. Those who denied that it might come based on their argument on the divine promise found in the book of Genesis, that the deluge would not be repeated. Those who argued to the contrary, reasoning that though the deluge of water would not recur, there might come a deluge of fire, were attacked for construing too narrowly the promise of the Lord. Both sides overlooked the most prominent part of their traditions, the history of the Exodus and all the passages about the cosmic catastrophe, endlessly repeated in Exodus, Numbers, and Prophets, and in the rest of the scriptures. The Egyptians, in the 6th pre-Christian century, knew about the catastrophes that overwhelmed other countries. Plato narrates the story which Solon heard in Egypt about the world destroyed in deluges and conflagrations. You remember but one deluge, though many catastrophes had occurred previously. The Egyptian priests, who said this and who maintained that their land was spared, on these occasions forgot what happened in Egypt when, in the Ptolemaic age, the priest Manetho starts his story of the invasion of the Hyksos by acknowledging his ignorance of the cause and nature of the blast of heavenly displeasure that befell his land. It becomes apparent that in the knowledge which was possibly alive in Egypt in the days when Solon and Pythagoras visited there, had already sunk into oblivion in the Ptolemaic age. Only some hazy tradition about a conflagration of the world was repeated, without knowing when or how it occurred. The Egyptian priest described by Plato as conversing with Solon supposed that the memory of the catastrophes of fire and flood had been lost because literate men perished in them. Together with all the achievements of their culture, and these upheavals escaped your notice, because for many generations the survivors died with no power to express themselves in writing. A similar argument is found in Philo the Alexandrian, who wrote in the 1st century of this era, "By reason of the constant and repeated destructions of water and fire, the later generations did not receive from the former the memory of the order and sequence of events." Although Philo knew about the repeated destructions of the world by water and fire, it did not occur to him that a catastrophe of conflagration was described in the book of Exodus. Nor did he think that anything of this sort took place in the days of Joshua or even Isaiah. He thought that the book of Genesis comprised the story of how fire and water wrought great destruction of what is on the earth, and that the destruction by fire, about which he knew from the teachings of the Greek philosophers, was identical with the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The memory of the cataclysms was erased, not because of lack of written traditions, but because of some characteristic process that later caused entire nations, together with their literate men, to read into these traditions allegories or metaphors that were actually cosmic disturbances were clearly described. It is a psychological phenomenon in the life of individuals as well as whole nations that the most terrifying events of the past may be forgotten or displaced into the subconscious mind, as if obliterated are impressions that should be unforgettable. To uncover their vestiges and their distorted equivalents in the physical life of peoples is a task not unlike that of overcoming amnesia in a single person. End of subchapter.
giants of Atlantis. The Norse sagas say that the Aryan race descended from the gods. However, folklore. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. The scholars who dedicate their efforts to gathering and investigating the folklore of peoples are constantly aware that folk tales require interpretation, for in their opinion these tales are not innocent and unambiguous products of the imagination, but veil some inner and more significant meaning. The legends of classic peoples, first among them the Greeks, also belong to folklore. As early as pre-Christian times, these legends were subjected to interpretation, many interpreters recognizing the symbolic character of mythology. With Macrobius in the 4th Christian century, there begins a tendency to see in many gods of Egyptian and Greek antiquity the personifications of the sun. Macrobius compared Osiris to the sun and Isis to the moon, disregarding the opinion of earlier authors. He also interpreted Jupiter as the sun, as the role the planets played in history of the world retreated ever further into oblivion. The interpretation of nature myths as referring to the sun or the moon became more and more widespread. In the 19th century, it was the vogue to explain the old myths as inspired by movement of the sun and the moon during the day, night, month, and year. Not only Ra, Amun, Marduk, Phaethon, and even Zeus, but also king heroes like Oedipus became solar symbols. This exclusive role of the sun and moon in mythology is a reflection of their significance in nature. However, in former times, the planets played a decidedly more important role in the imagination of peoples, to which fact their religions give testimony. True, sun and moon, Shamash and Sin, Helios, Apollo, and Selene were also numbered among the planet gods, but usually they were not the most important ones. Their enumeration among the 7 planets sometimes startles the modern scholar, because these 2 luminaries are so much more conspicuous than the other planets. The dominance of Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, and Mars must startle us even more as long as we do not know what was displayed on the celestial scene a few thousand years ago. Modern folklorists occupy themselves mainly with the folklore of primitive peoples, material unspoiled by generations of copyists and interpreters. Being received at its source, it is supposed to shed light not only on the mentality of these primitive peoples, but also on many problems of the sociology and psychology in general. The sociological method explores mythology for evidence of social uses. Folklorists like James Frazer expended their efforts on this aspect. Freud, the psychologist, centered his attention on the motif of father murder, patricide, presenting it as though it had been a regular institution in ancient times. He makes it appear in general practice in the past and in a subconscious urge in present-day man. However, regular institutions and practices in the life of the family would not give rise to myths. A writer on this subject has correctly pointed out this fact. What is quite normal in nature and society rarely excites the myth-making imagination.
which is more likely to be kindled by the abnormal, some startling catastrophe, some terrible violation of the social code. Even less than daily tribal life do, daily occurrences in nature give rise to legends. The sun rises every morning. It travels from east to west. The moon enters a new phase 4 times a month. The year has 4 seasons. Such regular changes do not stir the imagination of peoples, because they contain nothing unexpected in themselves. Daily things do not evoke astonishment and influence but little a people's creative faculty. Sunrise and sunset, morning dew and evening mist are common experiences. And if a single spectacle impresses itself upon us in the course of life, the many sunrises and the many sunsets in our memory pale, and each looks like the other. And time flies. Seasonal snowstorms or thunderstorms do not leave indelible memories, only striking, perturbing experiences of a social or physical order are designed to stir the imagination of peoples. Seneca says, "It is for this very reason that the assembly of stars that lends beauty to the immense firmament does not compel the attention of the masses. But when a change occurs in the order of the universe, all looks are fixed on the sky." Even local catastrophes, regarded as very violent, do not serve for the creation of cosmic myth. First in power to impress the races of the earth are the cataclysms of the past. And on this we have dwelt at length. Comets, because of their casual relation to world catastrophes, and also because of their terrifying appearance, were the kind of phenomenon to kindle the imagination of peoples. But for some reason, the impression they must have made on the peoples of antiquity is not considered an explanation of myths and legends. Since the invention of the printing press, the great agitation and mass hysteria caused by the more brilliant comet can be traced in contemporary books and pamphlets. Were the ancients immune to these feelings? If not, then why are the exegetes of the Bible and the commentators on the epic compositions of antiquity so remiss as not to think of phenomena that could not but impress the ancients? Or did no comets appear in the sky during ancient times? This, of course, is only a rhetorical question. Keeping this in mind, we shall be able to answer the question about the striking similarity of certain concepts among peoples of different cultures, sometimes separated by oceans. End of subchapter. And I could keep going with that. That was pretty good. I have to say that was one of the best chapters that I have read from Velikovsky. Species with Amnesia. Indeed.
When the generation of the deluge began to practice idolatry, God was deeply grieved. The 2 angels, Shemhazai and Azazel, arose and said, "O Lord of the world, it has happened, that which we foretold at the creation of the world and of man, saying, What is man, that thou art mindful of him? And God said, And what will become of the world now without man? Whereupon the angels, We will occupy ourselves with it. Then said God, I am well aware of it, and I know that if you inhabit the earth, the evil inclination will overpower you, and you will be more iniquitous than ever men.
The angels pleaded, "Grant us but permission to dwell among men, and thou shalt see how we will sanctify thy name." God yielded to their wish, saying, "Descend and sojourn among men." When the angels came to earth and beheld the daughters of men in all their grace and beauty, they could not restrain their passion. Shemhazai saw a maiden named Ishtar. He lost his heart to her. To my request, but she replied, "I will not listen to thee until thou teachest me the name by the mention which thou art enabled to ascend to heaven." She promised to surrender herself to him if first he taught her the infallible, the ineffable name, by means of which he raised himself to heaven. He asserted to her condition, but once she knew it, she pronounced the name and herself ascended to heaven without fulfilling her promise to the angel. The seduction of Ea. God said, "Because she kept herself aloof from sin, we will place her among the 7 stars, that men may never forget her." And she was put in the constellation Pleiades. Shemhazai and Azazel, however, were not deterred from entering into alliances with the daughters of men, and to the first 2 sons were born. Azazel began to devise the finery and the ornaments by means of which women allure men. Thereupon God sent these names. Metatron. That's a lovely name. He should have let his wife pick out the name. To tell Shemhazai that he had resolved to destroy the world and bring on a deluge. The fallen angel began to weep and grieve over the fate of the world and the fate of his 2 sons. If the world went under, what would they have to eat? They who needed daily 1,000 camels, 1,000 horses, 1,000 steers. These 2 sons of Shemhazai by name dreamed dreams. The one saw a great stone which covered the earth, and the earth was marked all over with lines upon lines of writing. An angel came and with a knife obliterated all the lines, leaving but 4 letters upon the stone. The other son saw a large pleasure grove planted with all sorts of trees, but angels approached bearing axes. They had fallen the trees, sparing a single one with 3 of its branches. I'd like to give a couple of shouts out to some kind-hearted folks that made the ultimate gesture of thank you and donated to the cause. I would like to take this time to read everyone's name who gave to this channel over the past year. I would like to give a special thank you to James Scott, Trevor McElroy, Gene Metz, Bass Smouter, my boys, Andrew Parkinson, Solid Anchor, Gene Metz, Christopher Kelly, and, well, Andrew Davies, of course, who helps out with the show. Just tons. And to Joseph Gannon, Robert Doby, Angela Tyson, Timothy LeClaire, Greg Heffron, Janice Phillips, Dana Gray, Vincent Byrne, thank you so much, Vincent, Nigel Haig, Giovanni Martin, Tyler Garros, I'm going back the whole year, Gerald Burbidge, Annette Foley, Donald Holden. Just very grateful, Donald, thank you for all your help. Styx Marks, Telly Bipola, Jack Forbes, Cecily Wells, Dustin Rose, James Watts, Kirk Kokonos, Doug Edgeworth, Matthew Colt, and that will do it for the year 2021. I read every name. And, of course, the Great 8, my Patreons, whom I couldn't do it without. And I want to give them a quick shout. Chris Kelly, Tony Ware, Ross E. Carlin, Jared, Tyler Wistanley, Top Knot, Diamond Dave from Oppenheimer Ranch Project. Thank you so much for all that you've done for me for this past year. Just want to make sure that I got oh yes, Meredith, NGC 6543, Gregory Heffron, and Michelle. Another Michelle. And there was another Michelle. But it says another Michelle, so that must be you. All right.
You guys are all in my cool book.
Also grateful for the kind words of encouragement. Thank you. It helps a lot. Well, that'll do it for me tonight. Take care. I'll see you on down the road. Watch your top knot.
The master of the universe.
I knew a man who once said death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back.
Thus, as you see, we read with different eyes, with different mind. The first part of what collision about signifies for us. We are in a state of a victim of amnesia. Humankind is a victim of amnesia. And a victim of amnesia does not act responsibly. He acts irrationally.
There's a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a run of many poor boys.
Is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma. Are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
What do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great, not only in the future, it was also in the past. Because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who suffered a traumatic experience. Due to this traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality, but in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.
most mind-blowing. Seeing what happened in Vietnam.
Chains of prison moons are shattered by the sun. I walk the road, horizons change, the tournament's begun. The purple piper plays his tune, the choir softly sing. 3 lullabies in an ancient tongue for the court of the crimson. Shutters on the dreams. I wait outside Pilgrim's door with insufficient schemes. The Black Queen chants the funeral march. The cracked brass bells will ring to summon back the fire witch to the court of the crimson. ship to taste the sweet and sour. The pattern juggler lifts his hand, the orchestra begin, as slowly turns the grinding wheel in the court of the crimson. Cry, the wise men share a joke. I run to grasp divining signs to satisfy the hoax. The yellow jester does not blame, but gently pulls the strings and smiles as the puppets dance in the court of the crimson. It's 4:15 in the morning. All we do now is fight. No, we won't sleep tonight. Yeah, we're dangerous like fire. We should carry a warning. If I tear my heart out, I still feel pain. Whatever I do, still feels the same. Act like it's nothing, but tell me now, what were we thinking of? Everything that we had, well, it's gone to waste. If I stand in the sunshine, all I see is rain. So I tear my heart out. You were 19 years old when you ran out of home, and your daddy said no. I fell for you. No, we won't sleep tonight. It's 4:15. All we do now is fight in the morning. To me, to me, tell me now, what were we thinking of? Everything that we had, well, it's gone to waste. If I stand in the sunshine, all I see is rain. So I tear my heart out.
Back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
1,000-pound weight hanging from your neck. The only thing you do is never let her see you sweat. Then again, maybe I'm going about all wrong, 'cause that's when you just try harder. Smell the flower. The part of you doesn't live here anymore. disguised in long hours. Think it's time to start living for today. That part of you is
Oh no. Oh no, no. People on YouTube, please don't listen to me.